This project helped me to crack multiple offers and I got placed as an Azure data engineer with the help of this project. In this end-to-end data engineering project, we will learn all the in-demand Azure tools and technologies such as Azure Data Factory, Azure Databricks, Azure Synapse Analytics, along with managed identities, API connections, and many more. But what's so special in this particular video which is not available in any other video on YouTube? Well, there are three reasons. Let's uncover them. Reason number one, all the in-demand Azure tools and technologies such as Azure Data Factory, Azure Databricks, Azure Synapse Analytics, and much more are covered in one single video. And do you know the best thing? All are covered from scratch. Reason number two, instead of showing just simple approach, we will be covering some real-time scenarios which are asked by the interviewers. Reason number three, we will be covering some interview questions as well, because the best way to prepare for the interview is covering those questions in the projects. So without delaying, let's get started with this amazing project. So welcome. So this is your one-stop solution for Azure data engineering project, in which we will be covering end-to-end solution. Yes, this project helped me a lot to crack my first data engineer role, because in this particular project I covered real-time scenarios which caught the eyes of the interviewers, and definitely it highlighted my skill set. I know you are really excited to cover this project, so I am double excited to share this knowledge with you all, because this channel is dedicated to contribute to my data community. So without wasting any time, let's get started. Do you know what is the most important step? What is the most important stage in any data project or in any project? Yes, you guessed it right. It's the architecture. So in our scenario, we gonna look at our data architecture for this project. If you have a good blueprint for your project, you can succeed easily without any hassles, because you will have the right path, right? So let's discuss the data architecture of our project in detail. As you can see, we gonna use HTTP connection as our source. We could have easily used some manual uploading of CSV files into Data Lake, but I wanted to show you some real world scenarios where we will be pulling data directly from the APIs. So in this scenario, it will be a GitHub account, and we will be pulling data directly from that API, so that you can learn how to fetch data directly from the APIs. This is gonna be fun, because we will be using this powerful orchestration tool, and it's called Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory is one of the most in-demand orchestration tool right now in the world of Azure data engineering, because of its massive powers, its low to no code tool, and yet it is really powerful. I personally love working with Azure Data Factory. And yes, if you are familiar with Synapse Analytics, we have Azure Data Factory there as well, with name as Synapse Data Pipelines, or like similar to that. But code is same. Azure Data Factory is there. Azure Data Factory is everywhere. In any Azure data engineering solution, Azure Data Factory is there. So you should be very much familiar with this tool. And don't worry, because I have added real-time scenarios while working with this tool. Because when I was preparing for my data engineering interviews, I was facing lots of problems, because there were not much real-time scenarios available which were being asked by the interviewers. So this time we're gonna cover some real-time scenarios. You want some hint? Okay. So instead of building static pipelines, we will be building dynamic pipelines. We will be using parameters, we will be using loops, and much more. So you will be learning a lot about this powerful tool. Okay, what we will be doing, like with using this Azure Data Factory tool. So we will be pulling this data that is our source, and we will land our data to our bronze layer. What is this bronze middle, and what is it? We don't know anything. Okay, so basically it is a kind of architecture called medallion architecture. So this is a kind of approach that we follow in data engineering solutions. So what we do in this solution, we make our data travel through three different zones: raw, silver, gold. Okay, You can also call it as like bronze, silver, gold. You can also call it as like raw, transformed, and serving layer. There are so many names, but the fundamental is same. Three layers. First layer is the raw layer or bronze layer, in which we keep our data as it is, that is available in source. What does it mean? So let's say we have one file in source. We will create exact replica of that particular file in our row zone. We do not want to apply any transformation. That's simple, right? Okay, once our data lands in bronze layer, what's next? Bro, the next is this Hulk. This is called as Hulk of Azure Data Engineering or any data engineering because of its powerful Spark clusters. Databricks is one of the most important tool right now because their power is really, really insane while working with big data. Databricks is like dominating data engineering world. Trust me, I love working with Databricks. Plus, the demand for Databricks is rising exponentially. Companies are going crazy after Databricks developers or Pyspark developers. So do not worry at all because we will be learning everything about Databricks in this particular project. And I have added some real-time scenarios as well. So you will be familiar with this tool and from scratch. That's the best thing, right? So what we will be doing with this tool, we will pick the data from the bronze layer and we will push the data to the silver layer with some transformation, because when we push our data to silver layer, we apply some transformations. So we will look at some crazy transformations, crazy functions available in the world of data engineering using Spark. Don't worry at all, we will be covering everything from scratch. Okay, what's next? The next is serving layer. Okay, what we gonna do in this layer? So after applying transformations, after applying so many cleaning, it's time to serve our data to our stakeholders. And in our scenario, it can be data analyst, it can be data scientist, maybe some analytics managers as well. So we will be building data warehouse, and the most popular data warehousing solution right now is Azure Synapse Analytics. So we will be learning a lot about this technology as well, and this will be our goal layer where the data is ready to be served to the stakeholders or any other developer. Okay, that sounds amazing. What's next? So we will be covering a little bit about Power BI as well, so that you will learn how to establish connections. Now you will say, is this really required? Bro, the answer is yes. Because when you want to become an efficient data engineer, you should know end-to-end solutions. Let's suppose you are a data engineer and you have prepared a data warehouse. A data analyst came to you, hey, I'm facing a trouble, I'm facing a problem while establish a connection between these Synapse and Power BI. You should be there to help the person. So it's really important to know how to build connections, how to build, maybe you can say, link services, and how to actually pull tables and data warehouse facts and dimensions into the Power BI. So it's really important to learn that as well. So that's why I have covered a little bit about Power BI as well, not much in detail, but yes, a small part. So you will love learning that part as well. Okay, so it was all about our data architecture, and now I know you are double excited to actually implement the solution. But before that, I would like to just discuss some of the fundamental terms that will be used throughout the project. And if you are already familiar with those terms, it will be a good revision for you. And if you do not know, then it is for you. So just quickly cover some of the prerequisites, some of the fundamental terms that we should know as an Azure data engineer. And trust me, you can expect some interview questions from these fundamental areas as well, because we sometimes like overlook these areas, but you need to master these as well. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So here are some of the prerequisites that we need to complete this project. Don't worry, these are really, really easy to cover. So first of all, obviously you need a laptop or PC or maybe MacBook. I don't have a MacBook, so I don't know if we can actually feel that vibe. So it's up to you. Laptop or PC, we are simple people, bro. Laptop or PC with stable internet connection plus Azure account. Don't worry, don't worry. Wait. If you do not have an Azure account, I will tell you how you can create an Azure account for free. Yes, for free. It's not a promotion or it's not a kind of, you can say, commission thing. Azure actually provides a free Azure account so that you can use their services and you can actually learn Azure. So don't worry, I will tell you how you can create your Azure account for free. Don't worry at all. And then obviously you are learning one of the most important, one of the most in-demand technology. You should have some excitement to learn your data solution, and that is end-to-end solution, not just one or maybe two services. You'll be learning a lot more. Let's start the project because enough information is provided. I accept that, but it was required, it was important. So finally it's time to create this project from scratch, and as I promised, I will tell you how you can create your free Azure account. So first, let's create that, and if you already have that account, it's good. So without wasting your time, let's create a Azure free account. To create your Azure free account, the steps are really easy. Let me show you. You first need to go on Google and just type Azure free account, and you will have your first link on your screen. Just click on it, and then you will land on the Microsoft website where you can clearly see try Azure for free tab. Just click on it. Don't click on this one, pay as you go, because this is a paid account and this will charge you as much as you use. So just click on try Azure for free. So it will just ask you to put your email ID. If you do not have Microsoft email account, do not worry. You do not need to have Microsoft.com at the end in your email account. You can use a Gmail account, but you need to register that account under Microsoft as well. So if you do not have one, just click on create one. If you already have your Outlook account, just use that one. It will work. So I already have one, so you can just click on create one. Steps are very easy. Just create your first account if you do not have one, and just click on next. Let's say I just mention my account like demo account @gmail.com, and just click on next. So after putting your credentials, you will land on this page. So this is a kind of form that you need to fill, and just put your all the details that you have, like name, address, everything, and just verify your phone number, and then just hit on this sign up button. And let me just show you what you can expect with this account. So this account is free for like 1 year. You can use these services, plus you will get $200 credit that you need to use in first 30 days, so that you can just create all the resources that require US credits to actually use the services. And do not worry, this project will be sufficient to like these US 200 credits are like sufficient to complete this project. So do not worry at all, just go with it. One thing that I like to mention, once you hit on the sign up page, this one, it will ask you to put your details like banking details and all. Do not worry at all, because this is Microsoft Azure. They're not gonna charge you at all, because this is your trial account. They will ask you to convert it into a pay as you go account, but if you do not want to do that, you simply decline it. And if you do not take any action, still they cannot charge you. So just trust Azure and just go with it. And now the question is, what will happen after 30 days or maybe after a year? So all your resources will be paused, or you can say all will be removed for your account from your account, but you will not be charged. So do not worry at all, just put all your information that is required, and you are good to use your Azure free account for 30 days. I have personally created that, so do not worry at all. So just trust Azure, and here is your Azure free account. So once you create your Azure account, we simply need to go on the portal, that is Azure portal. And how we can do it, let me show you. So it's time to go on the Azure portal, and how you can go, because now you have your Azure account with you. So simply go on Google and type portal.azure.com. So once you write it, just click enter, and you will land on your Microsoft Azure portal. Obviously, you're gonna enter your credentials again. I have already entered it, so it just took me to my Azure portal account. So this is your home screen. Don't worry at all, because your screen can look different, because I already have some resources built in my account. So do not worry at all if your screen looks different. So this is the kind of UI you can expect in your Azure portal. Now hold on. Now you have your Azure account. Now it's time to follow the right path. According to our data architecture, the first step is data source. So just keep your Azure account aside, and now let's explore our data source so that we will have a good understanding like which data we are working with and why we pick that data. We will cover some crazy questions there. Let's see our data source. So this is our data source. Okay, AdventureWorks. This is a very popular data set available in the world of data engineering, data analytics, data science. Why I picked this data set? Let me tell you. This data set was full of tables, and this gives you an advantage when you showcase your project that involved so many tables, because they know that this person has applied so many joins, so many lookups while completing this project. So this gives you an advantage, and that's why I also took this data set, and this gave me an advantage too, because in the real world scenarios we work with so many tables while building one solution. So that's why it is really important to work with different tables. And let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So first of all, we have calendar.csv. Obviously, in the calendar table, what you can expect, just a date column, right? So, okay. Then second, we have customers table, in which we have all the information related to customers, like their name, address, maybe like so many things, birth date, and all. So we will be just aggregating so much of data. Don't worry at all. So I'm just giving you an overview of the data that we have. So then we have product categories. Obviously, if we are building a data set or building a solution in which we have sales data, product categories, products information, territories, customers information are required to apply the necessary lookups. So as you can see, we have products table, product subcategories, products categories, and then yes, we have passed 3 years of data, 2015, 16, and 17. Then we have an interesting table as well. We have returns data as well. So this is an ideal data set if you want to work with end-to-end solution, because we can perform so many joins, we can perform so many transformations, and we can do a lot more with these tables. So that's why I picked this data set, and you're gonna learn so much with these tables. So as you can imagine, like what we're gonna do, obviously we have sales data, right? As you can see, we have past 3 years of sales data. We have returns data as well. Okay, we have returns data, and these are basically our fact tables. Don't worry, we'll discuss it in detail. So these two are our fact tables, and we can build dimensions on these tables. Like why we need dimensions? Because if we want to perform aggregations, if we want to provide contextual information to our fact tables, we need dimensions. So we will be just building a model by keeping sales data in the center, and you can say returns data in the center, and lookups as our dimensions. So this gonna be fun while working with data. So are you excited to just load all this data to our Azure? And yes, we will be using Azure Data Factory for that. So just to make things easy, I have already loaded all this data to my GitHub account. And now we will be just pulling the data from GitHub account using API, and we will push this data to Rozon or Bronzon, right? So this is our phase one of the project, where we will be pulling data from data source, and we'll be pushing this data to our data lake bronze zone. Without wasting any time, let me take you to Azure, and let's create the necessary resources, resource group, and much more. Let's start working with Azure. So we are here in our Azure portal. So as you can see, create a resource plus button. Do not click on it, because I know you are really excited to create a resource, but before that we first need to create a resource group, because it is really important to create a resource group, because that is the place where you will keep all your resources, right? So how you can create a resource group? You simply need to click on this button if it is not visible to you, because it just displays the recent services resources that we have used. So simply go on this search bar. This search bar will help you navigate all your existing resources. Plus, if you want to create any new resource, you can create one from here. Do not worry. So for you all, I will just click on this resource. resource search bar. So I will just type resource groups, and you should just see the pop-up here and just click on that, and it will just show you all the existing resource groups. Do not mind my resource groups because I already have some, so sorry for that. So we will just first create the new resource group by simply clicking on this create button. Simple, just click on it. Okay, so this is the window, a kind of configuration that we need to do before creating our resource group. It is very simple. You simply need to provide the resource group name, because obviously you should have your resource group name, right? Then this is our subscription, so don't worry about that as well, because this is your subscription, and in your case it will be just one subscription because you are just one single organization having just one department. Just kidding. So this resource group, I can just give, let's say, AW project, and it will check is it available or not, because our name should be unique, so we cannot reuse our names. So I can just put AW project, and now here comes the region part. So this is really important because it is recommended to just pick the nearest region, because it will just give you low latency, and our data is not much big and it's not much critical, so you can pick any region. So let's pick East US, because I have already worked with these regions and it works fine. So don't worry about that. Just click on next, that is tags. Now, what are these tags? So we can totally ignore it, but you should have some knowledge why we have tags here. If we want to categorize our resources or any resource groups, maybe because of billing structure, billing categories and all, for any purpose. If we want to categorize it, we just add tags. So this is for that purpose, and for now we do not need to worry about that. Just skip it and click on review plus create. So it will just validate it, and finally it will ask you, hey bro, please click on create button. So you all need to click on create. So it will just create your resource group. I think it has already created. Azure is really fast. Okay, now we can see our resource group is ready. Just click on it. So you will see this window, right? So here you can see it is empty because we do not have any kind of resources. Now there are two ways to create resources. One is just click on this create button. So what it will do, it will automatically pick this resource group, and it will just choose this as our default option, and it will just put all the resources inside this resource group. But I also want to show you the other method. So let's cross this and let's click on this home tab, this one. So click on home tab, and similarly we will just search it here. What should be our first resource? Just tell me, the first resource, the very first resource. Yes, you guessed it right, it is Data Lake. Okay, so now here comes the interview part as well. Why and how? Let me show you the possible questions that you can expect. One question we have already covered, that is data redundancy, but I will show you how you can navigate it. Second question, I will tell you once like I create this data lake. So I will simply write storage account, because that is a storage account, right? Here comes a question for you. If you are already familiar with Azure, so that you should answer this question. And if you are new, don't worry at all, bro, because I will tell you each and everything. So obviously it will show us all the existing storage accounts. So these are my existing storage accounts. Don't worry at all, just ignore. So simply click on create, and once you create your storage account, it will ask you for some of the configurations. So see, now you can see the resource group is already selected as our AW project. So if you do not have your resource group ready while creating resource, you can click on create new, and you can create it from here as well. But it is a recommended advice, anything you can say, you should have your resource group ready before creating resources. Okay, now we want to give storage account name. What name we should pick? It totally depends upon you. So I would like to pick name like AW storage data lake, because our name should be unique. We cannot have same names, so you cannot pick this name. If you want to pick, you can say like AW storage data lake, and you can just put your name as suffix. That's the only option. If you want to keep your name as it is, otherwise you can pick any name, like any name. Okay, now primary service. Obviously, we want to use it as like Azure Blob Storage or Data Lake. If you do not pick it, don't need to worry. It will just create as your storage account. So let me show you. Let me deselect it. Okay, it is not giving us the option to deselect it. Okay, just keep it like this. Now, just keep this performance issue as standard. Then we have redundancy that we have just discussed in our prerequisites. So this is the data redundancy. Now, by default, it will just put your data under GRS, Geo Redundant Storage, or you can say Geo Replication Storage, because it replicates your data within different regions, within different geography. So I call it as Geo Replication Storage. You can say it as Geo Redundant. Both are same things. But we do not want to do that, because we will just keep it as LRS, that is locally redundant storage, which will just store your replica of the data in the same data center. Simple. Then here is the question. Okay, the question is, this is my storage account, right? So by default, it creates a blob storage account. What it creates? Blob storage account. It does not create data lake. So if we want to create a data lake out of this storage account, what do we need to do? You have 3 seconds. You can just comment and let me see if you know this. Okay, so now it's time to disclose it. So if you want to create data lake, you just need to tick a small box and it will do a magic. It's not a magic, but it's a like small option that you need to pick, and then only you will have your data lake. Otherwise, it will just create a blob storage. I know lots of data enthusiasts have the question like, what is the difference between both? Let me show you, bro. Let me show you. I'm here to tell you each and everything. Don't worry. Okay, so this is the configuration, that is hierarchical namespace. Hierarchical namespace is the option that we need to pick. This is the one. What it does. Okay, let me first click it. When I click on it, it will create data lake. Yes, then it will create data lake. Otherwise, it will create blob storage. So what is the difference between two? Let me tell you. So let's suppose this is our blob storage account, right? And this is our data lake. Okay. In the both accounts, we have containers, right? Let's say we have container number 1, container number 2, container number 3. And within these containers, we save our files. Let's say customers.csv file, right? Let's say customer.csv file, maybe any files. But we cannot create hierarchy of the folders. What does it mean? Let's say I am in my data lake. I can create this container, that is the like first level of hierarchy. But within that container, I can create folders as well. See, I can create one folder. Within that folder, I can create second folder. Within that folder, I can create third folder. Then I will save my CSV file. This feature is not available in blob storage. So if you are working with data where you need to analyze your data, where you need to build tables on it, you should pick data lake. You should pick data lake. Yes, and this was the difference. And if you already knew that, it's good, because it was a quick revision for you. And if you don't, this is a game changer, because this is the like most important question that you can expect. And it's not just about the questions, it's the fundamental thing that you should be aware of while working with Azure. So now you have enabled hierarchical namespace. So now you have a data lake. Don't worry about that. Okay, now we just need to look at the access tiers. So these are the access tiers. We have hot, cool, cold. Hot means if we want to frequently deal with data, we keep it as hot. If we do not want to frequently use data and we want low storage cost for our data, then we keep it as cool. If we want to just have the minimum cost for our data to store it, we keep it cold. But if we want to use it, we need to pay more. So it is for archiving of data. So it totally depends upon the requirements. We will be frequently use our data, so we will keep it as hot. Okay, let's check the configuration for one more time. And yeah, all set. Just click on next. This is networking. So our networking has enabled public access from all the networks. Okay, we have option like for vnets and like disable public access and private access. This will be very much related once you enter the organization as data engineer, because some data will be restricted which cannot be accessed from private or sorry, from public endpoints. So there you will be creating private endpoints. So for now it's everything sorted. Just click on review plus create and just wait for the validation to be completed. Once it is done, you are ready to click on create button. Just click on create and then it will create your resource. Okay, it will take some time because it will just create a data lake. So you can expect few seconds. Let's wait, let's wait, let's wait. Let's have some protein shake. Yes, it's done. So now we can see go to resource tab. That means our resource is ready and we can go and check that. But we don't want to do that now, because first we will create our Azure Data Factory and then we will just establish the containers within our storage account. So here comes our second resource. How we can do that? Okay, let me show you. Simply go, let's just type Azure Data Factory in the search bar. Azure Data Factory. Okay, just try typing Data Factory. Yes, simple. So currently I do not have any Azure Data Factory created in my portal account. So I will simply click on create. Simple. And again, we need to pick resource group. As I told you, it is the like necessary thing. And we will be keeping the same resource group because we need to just store all our resources within one resource group. Simply select AW project. Then we need to obviously name our ADF. How we can just name it? Simple. It's same as we just named our storage account. Simple. So what we will do, I will just say ADF AW project. Let's see if it is available or not. Yes, it is available. Oh, it's already taken. See, this is the error that you will see if you will just try to enter the same name that I am doing. So just try to pick unique. You can say ADF AW project Ansh. I think it should be available. Yes, it's available. Ansh, like people with name Ansh are limited. Yeah, because they are really, really talented. Just kidding. So just click on review plus create and it will just create your Azure Data Factory, and that's it. It was really simple, right? Yeah, it was quick. And after this, we will be creating containers. What are containers? Basically, we will just dedicate one container for our one zone. Let's say one container for bronze, second container for silver, third container for gold. So I'm really excited. And let's click on create button because our validation is complete. So it will just validate it and it will deploy it as soon as possible. So we are good with our all the resources that are required to complete phase one of our project. So are you excited? Are you excited? Because I was really excited when I was doing these projects. You should have excitement. Do not take it as a burden. Do not take it as a part of study. It's like fun. It's like the real skill. So let's go to our resource group. And as you can see, wow, Azure Data Factory. I love working with Azure Data Factory because this is my first resource that I learned in the Azure environment. Obviously, Data Lake was the first one because we just pick the data and store it there. But I'm talking about like real resource that we use like for ETLing, ELTing. So this was my first one and I love the UI. This is my first love. Yeah, after college. So just click on it and let me show you what you can expect after clicking on this Azure Data Factory Studio. And then we will create our zones, bronze, silver, gold. So let's click on this tab, Launch Studio. It will just open our Azure Data Factory Studio, and it will you're gonna love the UI. If you are not familiar with the ADF, you're gonna love the UI. Okay, so this is the home page. This is the home page that you should see. Okay, do not worry about the GitHub repository right now. So these are the tabs that are available. Do not worry about that, we'll cover everything. So this is the kind of home tab on which we are right now. Then we have this tab. This is the most important one, because this is the one, this is the one, this is the one, this is the one. So author tab, because we will be creating all our pipelines within this tab. So this is one of the most important ones. We just have 4, so all are important. So this is monitor tab, where we can monitor our pipelines. We can see the status of our pipelines, if any pipeline is failed, what is the reason, everything under monitor tab. It is like the monitor of our class, so it just monitors everything. Then we have manage tab, where we can just manage things such as repositories, GitHub connections, DevOps connections, and link services. Wait, what is link service? You will learn everything, don't worry about that. I'm just giving you an overview. So this is manage tab, and this is our learning center. So this is the kind of center where you can just read the resources, documentations, pick some data sets available, simple and sorted. Let me just show you the author tab. And okay, so this is the area where we pick the ADF building blocks that are like pipelines, activities, functions, notebooks, everything have been like summarized. Everything has been summarized into this area. Okay, now this is our ADF. Enough information has been given, so now it's time to prepare our zones, and then we will just start pulling the data using ADF. Yes, so let's jump on to the storage account. So I have just clicked on my storage account, like the Azure account. If you would surprise, hey, what is this window? So I just clicked on my portal account. Now I will just click on the home tab. Okay, now let's go to our resource group and click on our data lake, and and just focus on this area, because this is our area of concern right now. Just click on containers. So this is the kind of data lake that we got. So we get 4 storage services. One is like containers, that is also known as data lake popularly. Then file shares, in which we can just provide one-stop solution to store all the files throughout the organization or the project. Then queues. Obviously, if you are familiar with JSON data, that is NoSQL data, we use queues here. And like queues is like basically can be JSON data and can be anything, because this is a kind of service which helps us to work with streaming data. So let's say we have messages and we want to store it, so we just store it in queues, and those messages can be in the form of JSON or can be in the form of anything, so it depends. And tables are like NoSQL databases, that means not only SQL. So that is very good if you want to perform some analysis on semi-structured data. That means like if you have keys and value pairs, so you can just use the service. Okay, sorted. Just click on containers. Oh, that's what I want. So now we want to create 3 containers. As I just mentioned, 1 container for bronze, 2nd container for silver, 3rd container is for gold. That's how we will create our 3 zones. Simple, sorted. Bro, do not feel it like it is very difficult. Just try to grasp the information, and if you find any difficulty, just rewatch that part, because it's really easy. Just click on container, and first of all we will create the bronze container. Okay, just type the name and just click on the create button. Perfect. Similarly, you can create silver container, bronze, silver, gold. I am just keeping the naming convention as bronze, silver, gold. If you're familiar with row, transformed, solving layer, you can keep it. It's all depend upon the requirements, and it's all about the naming convention you are familiar with. So It's all up to you, bros. Bros. Bros is not just about boys. When I'm saying bro, that includes girls as well. So bros means like boys and girls both. Now the third is gold. So let's create this as well. Perfect. Now our all the three zones are ready, and now we can just perform data loading into this particular layer. And as we just mentioned that we will be using API, so now it's time to create a link service. Let's go to our ADF, that is this tab. Click on it. Whew. Are you excited to create your first pipeline? Let me show you how you can do that. So to create a pipeline, we need source and destination, because we want to load our data from source to a destination. Simple. And what are the prerequisites for that? So it's very simple. Let me show you the activity first so that you can relate. So first of all, just click on pipelines, and obviously you won't see anything because we do not have any pipeline ready, but it will be ready soon. Just click on it. Just click on these three dots. Simple. And you will see the option called as new pipeline. Click on it. Okay, so this is our canvas. This is our canvas. Okay, so first of all, we will name our pipeline. So as you can see, you can just name this pipeline from here. So I will say row, or let's say get to raw. This is the kind of pipeline I want. This is the pipeline name that I want to pick, and just click on this small button. This will just hide this naming tab, and we have already named it, so why we need to keep it here? Just aside it. Okay, so now we have like much bigger canvas area. So how we can create that activity? First of all, that activity is known as copy activity. And how we can find it? Just click on this move and transform button. It will just show you all the possible activities that we have under this category. Okay, click on it. We have copy data. Drag it here. Simple. Don't worry, bro. We'll cover all these parts. Don't worry. Okay. So now, first of all, first name it, because it's really important. So obviously we have just name our pipeline here, as you can see, get to row, but we need to name this activity as well. How we can do that? Just click on this, and let's say copy raw data. This is my activity name that I want to pick, right? Okay. So as I just mentioned that we want a source and a destination to perform copy activity, because just imagine this is the activity that will just load the data from the source and it will just push the data to the destination. Simple. Okay. So this is our source and this is our sink. Sink is nothing but just a destination. It is a fancy name for destination. So when I was learning it, I was also like, hey, what is sink? Okay, sink is a kind of destination. Simple. So in our scenario, what is sink? In our scenario, it is GitHub account, and within that GitHub account, we have a folder called data. Let me show you. So this is my GitHub account where we have the data repository. Click on it, and this is the folder. Oops, this is the folder, and within that folder we have all the CSV files, and we want to fetch files directly from this GitHub account. Let me show you first like how it looks like. Let's say I just pick this products.csv file, and if I want to look at the data, I just need to click on raw just to have the URL, because we need to put the URL. Just click on raw, and here is the data, and we will use this URL to pull this data. This one. Simple? Yes, it is simple, but we need to create some connections. Okay, let me tell you. So this is the copy activity. Simple. And we want to create a linked service. What is a linked service? Bro, linked service is basically a connection. Why it is necessary? See, this is Azure. This is Azure. It needs to read the data from GitHub. It needs to push this data to Data Lake. Simple. So it needs to build connection from this source as well. Then it needs to build connection with destination as well. So these connections are known as linked service. This is just a fancy name. for a connection. Simple. Now, after link service, we need to create data set. Now, what is a data set? Okay, let's say you have created a connection with this link service, right? Let's clean like all the clutter first. Let's say you have created your link service with the GitHub account. Okay, fine. Within this GitHub account, if I go here, I can see so many files within this data folder. Now, how I would know which file to pick, which data to pick? Here comes the role of data set. It gives us the detailed location for the data, which data set we need to pick from this whole connection. So this is the architecture behind linked service and a data set. See, it was so easy. Let's do it. Then you will learn it. And for link service, obviously we need a link, we need a URL so that it can locate this GitHub account. How we can do that? Simply go to products.csv file, this one, any file. We just need the URL because first we will be loading data, that is adventure work products.csv, because first we will create a static pipeline, then we will create a dynamic pipeline. But for that, you should have good hands on while working with static pipeline. We will grow step by step, bro. Don't rush. Just click on this products.csv file, click on raw, then you just need this URL. This URL, yes. Now, this URL has actually two parts. One is base URL, second is relative URL. Let me repeat. First is base URL, which is till here, till .com. This one, I will simply copy it, and rest of the URL is relative URL. Simple? Okay. Let me go here and let me create two linked service. One is with my GitHub account, second is with my storage account. There are again two ways. I can simply click on it and I can just click on source, and then I can just pick link service. But let me show you the recommended way. We should always have link services ready before performing anything, because it gives us a real, you can say, strategy or right roadmap before performing any kind of activity, because connections are must if we want to move our data from here and there. So how we can create in a recommended way? So let me show you. Just click on this manage tab, because it will manage our all the resources, right? Okay, click on this, and here you can see the very first connection is link services. Simply click on it and you will see this plus button. Simple. Click on plus new, and then here we have all the connections list. ADF provides us vast list of all the connections, like we can build connections with AWS, Apache Impala, Redshift. Like there are so many options. Let me just show you. That's why I love ADF. Like you just name it, you will have all the connection, data was Google Ads, HTTP connection, everything ready. So you have so many connectors, and we will use these connectors to actually build a connection, right? So in our scenario, we want to build a connection with GitHub account, which is a HTTP connection. As you just saw that we have a HTTP link. There are two ways. We can either use REST API and HTTP, but it is recommended by Microsoft Azure. If you have a data in your connection, then you should just go with the HTTP connector, because it is dedicatedly created for this purpose only. So let me just pick HTTP. How we can do it? Just simply search HTTP and pick this one. Simple. See, we do not need to write any code. This is all low code, or you can say no code. Click on continue. Oops, I just clicked on escape, sorry. So click on HTTP and click on continue. And then we need to name our link service. How we can name our link service? So as we all know that this is our HTTP connection. So I will say HTTP linked service. You can just name anything. I just named it like this. Okay. Now we need to give base URL. As I just mentioned, our base URL is this one, till .com. Just remove the slash, and then the authentication type. We need to select anonymous, and then it's time to test this connection. How we can do that? So here we have a tab here, test connection. Just click on it. It will just test our connection for us. Let's wait and let's see if it is Successful. Yes, it is successful. So now our connection is established. Now we can use this link service to pick our data set. But as I just mentioned, that we will first create the second link service as well for our data lake, because whenever you want to build any efficient data solution, you should have all the link services ready. Yeah. So let's click on create. See, we can just see our link service here. Click on plus new so that you can create your second link service, which is your data lake. So what should I pick? Yes, data lake. Just click on data lake and just search ADLS Gen 2. Okay, this is the one. Click on it and click on continue. Then we will say storage, maybe storage data lake. Simple. Link service name. Yeah. Then you just need to pick storage account name with which storage account you want to make connection, because in my scenario I have so many storage accounts in my portal account. So how Azure Data Factory will get to know which account it needs to pick? So here I will just give, hey, just pick this storage account. See, this is the value, this is the kind of importance of, you can say, having link services in place. So again, test connection, which should be there. Yes, it is successful. Click on create. Our both the link services are created. Now it's time to create the data set out of it. How we can do that? Simply go on your author tab here and click on this copy activity. Now we are ready to create data set. Okay, I will simply go on source. So first we will create the data set for our source. Okay, for our source, we need to create data set. We do not have any data set ready, right? So we will simply click on plus new. Click on it. And then again, we need to pick from where we should pick our data set. We should pick our data set from HTTP. Okay. And what is the file format for that data? It is CSV. Simply click on CSV and click continue. And now it is asking us to provide a dataset name. So I will use DS, that is an abbreviation for dataset, and I will just give name such as DS HTTP, so that it will give me some insights that this dataset is for this connection. Then as you can see, we have to pick the link service. That's why I told you always create your link service first. Okay, just click on this drop down and just pick this HTTP link service. It will just show you the available linked services which are based on HTTP only. That's why you are not seeing the second link service that we created. Click on it, and obviously first row is header. Now it is asking us for relative URL. So we will just go to our source and we will give this relative URL. Just copy this one and just paste it here. Simple. Now we will just click on OK. Simple. Yes, simple. Just click on OK. So now our source data set is ready. If you want to preview this data, we have a tab here. Just click on this preview data. I will just click on it and I should see the data. Perfect. I can see my products table. It looks good. That means we are good to go with this. Now we need to do the same thing with sync as well. So it is a kind of homework that you need to do. Just do it on your own without copying me, right? Just do it on your own, on your laptop. And if you find any mistake or if you find any error, just watch me. So again, we need to create a data set because we do not have any data set, right? Do not pick this one. Do not pick this one because this data set is our source data set. We want to pick the sync data set. We will click on plus new, and from where we need to pick our data set, obviously it is Data Lake Gen 2. Then click on continue, and in which format we need to put our data. We just need to pick data like in CSV format because we do not need to apply any transformations, and it is the recommended way that we should just create the exact replica of data. Okay, just we will pick delimited text, that is CSV. Then we need to just give the name, so I will say DS raw. So this is my data set which is pointing raw container or bronze container. Hey, let's say bronze. Hey, same thing. Don't worry. Raw, bronze, both are same thing. Then we need to pick the linked service. As you all know that we have already created one link service. So we will pick this link service. Okay, just click on this drop down, click on the storage account, and then we need to give the file path. Okay, how we can give the file path? Just click on this browse button, the small browse button, and then we will pick our bronze container. Within that container, we will click OK because we do not have any folder, but we will create it. How? Just click on directory. Directory is a kind of folder within container. So I will say products because that is the power of hierarchical namespace, because we can create containers. So now I will create a dedicated container for every file. That's my choice. So I will say products. Then I can just name it as products.csv. Products.csv. Simple. And obviously we need to keep first row as header because this is a CSV file. Simple. Let me just click on OK. Schema import failed. It shows this thing. Just click on none. Don't worry about that. Just click on OK. Now, why it showed this error? Because there is no file there right now because we are copying this file. Don't worry about that. Now here comes the mapping part. If you want to import schemas, you can. Let's say if you have, like if you already have one file there and if you want to put another file and if you want to match the schema, then you can just click on import schemas and you can just manually import it if you have like different names from source and in the end. So that totally depends upon the requirements. In our scenario, we do not have any file there, so everything is fine. So now it's time to actually run this. Are you excited to run your pipeline? Okay, let's run it. Just click on this debug button. It will just load your data from GitHub to your Azure bronze layer. Let's run it together. 3, 2, 1, go. It will take some time, like few seconds, and it will just load this data. And once we have the data, then it's time to celebrate because we have built our first pipeline which pulled the data from API to our bronze layer. Okay, let's see. Aha, I saw green flag. I love it. I love it. So now we can say that we have successfully loaded the data from GitHub to our Azure using a pipeline. Do you want to see that data? Yes, I want to see. I want to see. So I will just look at the data. How we can look at it? Just go on your Azure portal, click on your bronze container. Hey, we have a folder with products. Then we have a products.csv file. Okay, and this is our data lake. We pulled the data from this GitHub API to our bronze layer. Just click on it and you can see some configuration. Just click on edit so that you can add. You do not need to edit your data, but you can, but you should not. It is just a kind of preview that I use to view the data. So this is data. Yes, data looks so good. Whenever you see green flags in your pipelines, it's like heartwarming thing. So we are good with our pipeline, but this is the beginning of your Azure journey. Why? Because this is a kind of static pipeline we have built. Okay, let's celebrate. Let's first publish this. As you can see, the publish all button, it will just save your all the progress because this is also important, right? Okay, so this will just save our work to our Azure Data Factory, and whenever you will come again, like tomorrow, maybe a day after tomorrow, so you will see all the progress. Don't worry. If you do not click on this, then you need to just rebuild everything. Okay, our publishing is completed. Now here comes the serious part. So okay, we have built static pipeline, and as you know that we have successfully pulled one file, and we total have like I think 8 to 10 files. One way of doing is that is explained by everyone else on YouTube, but we gonna cover something extra. Okay, so instead of relying on static pipeline, we will create dynamic pipeline. Okay, let's first discuss the static pipeline. One way of doing is just create the same copy activity again and again and again. That is not the recommended way at all. No, you cannot build this kind of solution in the real world scenario. You cannot build this kind of solution in your interviews. I'm serious. You cannot perform this activity again and again and again because why we have something called iterations and conditionals. Why? Because we need to use it. And that's why we have to use dynamic pipelines. And this part is kind of tricky, not tricky, you just need to be more focused towards this part, and you may require to watch it like 2 to 3 times. Do not hesitate to watch it again and again, because when I was learning these things, I also watched it, I think, at least 8 to 10 times, and I'm not kidding. So if you are watching it like for 2 to 3 times, the upcoming part, not this one, this was easy. So do not hesitate and do not feel demotivated, because it is a part of learning. And in the next few minutes, we'll be learning how we can build dynamic pipelines, and just be a little serious, because we are having fun throughout the video. So you need to be just more focused in few you can say phases of the videos. So now it's time to just build dynamic pipeline. So let's first discuss the architecture, like how we need to build a dynamic pipeline. And trust me, bro, once you master this technique, once you master this skill, you're gonna feel much more confident in your ADF skills. Trust me, because your 90% of the solutions will require you to work with these scenarios where you need to iterate your pipelines, where you need to use parameters and dynamically move your pipeline. So it's time to really focus towards this video, and let's learn that. Now it's time to cover dynamic pipelines. So it's time to just be more focused and try to learn the scenario where we will be learning dynamically passing parameters into our pipelines. That makes dynamic pipelines. So what exactly we are trying to do? Let me explain you. So as you are aware that we have these files within our GitHub repository, or you can say in our source, okay, that is sorted. Now we want to pull this data. One way is doing like repeating the activity, that is copy activity, again and again. And we do not want to do that, because that is a static approach, and that is not a real-time scenario that you should do. Okay, so what is the alternative of that step? So we will be creating a loop. So if you are coming from a programming background, so you will be aware of for loop. And if you are not from a programming background, so basically for loop or any kind of loop is performed to perform any kind of iteration. So in this scenario, as you can see, we have iterations to perform, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so many iterations. So what we will be doing, we will create a copy activity. Okay, so we just created copy activity. What's different in this copy activity? Let me tell you. Let's say we have this copy activity and instead of passing information statically, what information? Okay, information number one, that is relative URL, because you will be having a different relative URL for a different file. So one thing that will be changing for our copy activity is relative URL, number one, right? What is number two in our scenario? Number two is folder in which we will store our data. Let's say I pick this file, products.csv, right? And I push this data to a folder called products. So that is a dynamic parameter that will be changing with every file. So that is our second thing that will be changing, right? What is the third thing? Okay, it is very simple, the file itself. So let's say we have a different folder for products. Perfect. So we need to say products.csv file within this folder. So that means just these three values will be changing for this copy activity. Sorted? So what we will be doing, instead of hard coding these three values, we will create three parameters. We will create three parameters. And what we will do? We will keep on changing the values of these three parameters. So every time, every iteration will have a different set of parameters, right? So now you will be wondering how we can do it. Okay, let me tell you. So in Azure Data Factory, we have an activity called for loop. Like it's not like named as for loop, but it's like for each activity, which is equivalent to for loop. So that's why we call it as like iteration activity or for each activity. Whenever we want to dynamically pass any kind of activity, then we make use of that particular one activity. So that is for each activity, right? So what we will be doing, we will just create a for each activity like this, and we will put this copy activity inside this one here. So it will keep on moving till our iterations are completed. So this is the scenario. This is the scenario. So this is the architecture that we will be performing, that will be like building in Azure Data Factory. So you do not need to worry if you didn't understand 100% of it, because you will get it once we will actually building it in Azure Data Factory. So this was a kind of overview that I wanted to give you before actually performing it, because now when I'll be performing those steps, you will feel that thing, that what exactly we are doing. So this is all about parameterizing, and let's get started and let's learn 100% of the. So now we are into our Azure Data Factory portal. So this time we want to build a dynamic pipeline. Simply go on these three dots, click on new pipeline. Simple. So first of all, let's rename it and let's say dynamic get to raw. Simple. Okay. So now we want to create a copy activity. Now you'll be saying we just created one, but this time we do not want to hard code it. We want to pass parameters inside that activity. So let's create a parameterized copy activity. How we can do that? Just simply search copy, drag the activity here, rename it. Let's say dynamic copy. Oops, spelling mistake. Perfect. So now we want to pick the data set. So as we just mentioned that we will be creating parameterized copy activity. That means we need to pass parameters into the data set. Why? Because we need to have one data set for all the CSV files. Like one data set to pick all the files. Let me show you. Yeah. So one data set to pick all the files instead of creating multiple data sets. That's called the parameterization. So simply create one data set for all the files. And now we will be using parameters. Let's see how we can do that. Simply click on plus new. And in our case, the data is an HTTP source. Okay, perfect. And format is CSV. Simple. Now we need to name it. So we can say ds get dynamic. Simple. Now link service will be same. Why? Let me tell you the reason. If you click on any file, let's say let's open this returns.csv and click on raw. So in every file, our base URL will remain the same till .com. This will remain the same because this is the connection to my GitHub account. But the rest of the things will be changing. Like returns, this thing, adventureworks return.csv, procs.csv. So relative URL will be changing. So that's why we will not be creating a linked service in a parameterized manner. We will just be creating data set in a parameterized way. So let's pick the existing linked service. Now it is asking us to provide relative URL. We know this URL. See, I can just simply go and paste this URL, but I do not want to do that. Why? Now you get it. We want to pass the parameter so that we can just pass different parameter, different URL for that parameter. So simply click on advanced tab to create the parameter inside our dataset. Okay, simply click on advanced, click on open this dataset. So this will show us a window where we have a detailed configuration for dataset. So here, instead of hard coding the value, I will be using parameter. How? Just click on this box. You will see this tab and option, add dynamic content. So when we click on this thing, it opens up a different window where we can use system variables, functions, parameters, so many other things. So simply click on this, add dynamic content, and now as you can see, we have the option to create parameters. Now you're getting my thing. Okay, click on it and click on this plus sign, and now we will create a new parameter, and let's say I want to name it as p and relative URL. Simple, and type a string, and we do not need to pass any default value, so let's keep it simple and just save it and click OK. And before clicking OK, now we need to obviously give something to our box. So we have just created this parameter, we will pick this. As you can see, it has automatically populated this variable. So this is the kind of syntax that we use if we want to pass the parameter at the rate and then the dataset dot parameter name. Click OK. Now you can see this box has parameter in it instead of hard coded value. So this is a parameterized data set. Okay, so now this data set is completed. Now let's go back to our data pipeline in which we have copy activity, and our source is done. Is it done? No. See, it is asking us, hey, you have provided me a parameter, I accepted it, but what is the value of that parameter? We will say, bro, wait, because we will be using a loop to pass the value to this parameter. Simple. Now you are getting the things clear in your head. So let's click on sync and do the same thing. Try to complete this on your own. Let's do it. If you feel stuck, then only watch this thing, or you can say this part of the video, because in next few minutes we will be just doing the same thing. So just try to build on your own and then just refer this part and simply select Data Lake Gen 2. Why? Because we will be using Data Lake to push the data. Click on continue. Okay, and data is stored in the CSV format. Yes, click on it. Then we need to just name it. So I will say DS and let's say sync. Simple. And let me add dynamic to make it unique, and link service will be same because our connection with data lake remains the same. We want to push the data to the same data lake, so just pick the same data lake. Now it is asking us to provide the path. So as we just discussed that we will be using two parameters, one for folder, second for file. So instead of choosing the files from this browse button, we will be using parameters. So rules are same. Just click on this advanced button, click on this open this data set, and now first of all just write here bronze. Why? Because our container is same. Then directory, we need to create a parameter for it. Let's create one. Click on add dynamic content and click on plus button, and let's say p sync folder. Perfect. Default value nothing. Save and just pick this parameter and fill it here. As you can see, now we have a parameter there. Same thing with file name as well. So create a parameter, click on add dynamic content, click on plus sign. As you can see, we already have one parameter because we just created it. So let's create another one. We will say p and file name, p file name, oops, and default value nothing. Click on save and this time pick p file name. Simple. So now our sync dataset has two parameters. One is this one is this one. Sorted? Yes, sorted, sir, sorted. Now I want to just go back to my copy activity and I want to see like how it looks. Okay, so now you can see our source is done, our sync is done, but it is parameterized. This time it is parameterized. In our source, it is asking us to provide value for this parameter. In the sync, it is asking us to provide value for these two parameters. So in total, we need to provide values for three parameters. Sorted? Now you will be saying like, hey, where is our for each activity, for loop activity? Let me show you. And that is the game changer, because we will be feeding these values using for each activity. Simple. So let me drag that for each activity. How you can do it? So simply come on this area like activities. First of all, remove this COP. So this is the area that you should see in your canvas, and click on this iterations and conditionals. So this is basically an area where you can just see all the activities related to conditions and iterations, and we want to use for each. Simple. So click on it, drag it here. Let's name it as like for each git. Simple. Now click on the settings button. Okay, now here you can see a small checkbox. You can check it. I always do because I like to keep my things in sequence. It looks sorted. Then here comes the items part. Now you'll be seeing, hey, what we need to pass in items? So bro, you need to give something to run a loop, right? You need to pass a list, maybe you need to pass an array, anything, but you need to do something so that this activity can use entities to just iterate through each entity or element. So for that we need to create an array in which we will be passing these parameters in the form of, maybe you can say, dictionaries. So one element for like one dictionary and then second element for second dictionary. And how we can do it? We can simply create a JSON file for that. Yes, you heard it right. Do not worry at all, because I will provide that JSON file in the description and you can just download it from there and you can use it. But still, I will show you how you can create one, because it is really important in the real world scenarios. You will be creating your own JSON file. So let's see. So I will simply navigate to VS Code, and okay, I already have one dummy JSON. Okay, let's create one, and let me say get.json. So now I need to pass an array. So how we can do that? First of all, create a list, empty list, hit enter, and within this list, we need to pass our parameters. We need to pass the values for our parameters. What do I mean? So let's say our first set of iteration should have three values, right? For one file, it's relative URL, folder, file. Done. One file is done. Then second iteration, relative URL, folder, file. Done. So let me show you how you can create. Simply create a dictionary and just enter key value pairs. So first of all, I will say p relative URL. Okay, this is my first element of first entity, p relative URL, and I just need to copy the relative URL from here. And let's go back, and this is the relative URL. Simple. I will just copy it and I will paste it here. Oops. So I think I didn't copy it correctly. Okay, let me do that again. Yep, it's done. So this is my p relative URL for my first entry. Then I will create second one, that is p, what was that? Sync folder, yeah. And this time we need to create folder, and I can say if we are saving returns data, then I can just say returns. Simple. And then I need to create my third parameter, which is p sync file, and this time I can say returns.csv. So this is my one set of value, this is my one iteration. Second time I will repeat these steps. I will simply copy it, I will just repeat these steps. Now I know you are getting the things clear. So this is done for one thing. So let's say this is our one entity having all the three parameters. One data is migrated. Second data, this is our second data. I will just change the relative URL just now. I'm just explaining you the concept. Second data, then third, then fourth, then fifth. So it will be feeding these three parameters to that activity, and it will be dynamically pushing that data to our Azure. This is the architecture. I know now it seems easy, right? So, but we need to complete it. Let's complete it first and run our pipeline without any error. Then we will celebrate it together, right? So let me just quickly complete this JSON file, and then I will just show you how you can just import this file into Azure, and then we will just use this to feed our for each activity. Let's see. So I have completed all the entities, as you can see, and now it's time to pass this JSON file to Azure. So let me first save it and upload it to Azure, because we need to pull this data directly from the data lake. So I will simply go to Google and obviously to my Azure account. So this is my Azure portal, and here is my storage account. So simply go to containers tab, and we will be creating one new container for parameters file. So let's create one, and let's say parameters, simple, and create one. So in this particular parameters container, we will be uploading our file, simple. So this is my get.json file, so I have uploaded it. You can just download it and you can also upload it, and if you want to create your own, you can try. So click on upload, and now it will be uploaded. So now let's jump to the Azure Data Factory. So how we can pull this data in Azure? So now you will be learning a new activity called lookup activity. What is this and why we use it? If we want to use the output of a file, if we want to just have a look, we should use lookup activity. It will just give us the output of the data. And let me drag the lookup activity. Just search lookup, drag it here, and I will say lookup get, simple. And in settings, obviously we should have a data set. If we want to pull any data, we should have a data set for it. Let's create one and click on plus new. Our data is in Azure Data Lake. Continue, and this time our data is JSON, not CSV, it's JSON. Click on continue, and name will be, you can say, ds get parameters, simple. Link service will be same because our storage account is same. So file path, now we can just drag it using this browse button, and we know our file is in the parameters container, and this is the file, simple. Click OK, and this will just pull the data, simple. Now one thing is very important for this particular activity that can be asked in your interview questions as well. So as we know that we have at least, I think, 8 to 10 entities, right? But by default, this activity keeps the setting as first row only. So it will just return one entity, just one entity by default. So if you will pass this in your loop, it will just run for one time only. And we do not want that. We want to run through all the values. So we need to uncheck this box. Just keep this thing in your mind. This is really important. So just uncheck it. Now you are good. So if you want to see the output, like how it looks, I want to show you. So before running anything, just run this particular activity, and how to ignore other ones, click on the other activities, whatever you have, click on general, and click on activity state as deactivated. So if you have activity in your canvas and you do not want to run it, simply click on deactivate. So it will just deactivate it. See the gray sign? So now it will not be running. Simple. Do the same thing with this as well. Deactivate. So now it will just run this particular activity, and I want to show you the output of this because that is required to be passed in this particular activity, for each activity, because we are referring this activity. So let me debug it and let me show you. I know things are getting clear more and more with the time, so just be with this part for a few more minutes and everything will be clear, crystal clear, simple, because this is the major part. And I also faced much difficulties like when I was learning, so do not worry at all. You can just rewatch this part again and again, but Once you master this thing, trust me, your ADF skills gonna skyrocket. So it has succeeded. It has succeeded. Let me show you the output of it. How you can just have a look on the output. Just click on this button, the exit button, the little one. Click on it. Now you can see this is the output. See, now under the value tab, the value key, we have all the required information we want. This is the thing that we want to use, because what we'll be doing, as you can clearly see, let me just show you. This is a list, and we want to pass a list in our for each activity. So what we will be doing, just comment down if you know. Yes, you guessed it right. So we will be using this value button, this value key, this value master key, and this will be used as an array that will be passing in this for each activity. So it will just iterate through these entities that it has, like p relative URL, then you can say sync folder, sync file, that is one entity, then other one, then next one, then next one. So it will be used as an array, this output. So how we can do it? It is very simple. Let's close this and just activate this. Okay, so if we want to refer any activity like this one with any other activity, so we need to select the nodes. These are the nodes, like skip, succeed, failed, and just like completed. So we will be using succeeded. If this activity is succeeded, connect to this. And now it's time to put the items. So under the items, we will write, what we will write? We will write dynamic content. Why? Because this is a kind of system variable that we are using, a system function. So we are not hard coding anything. So just click on add dynamic content and just pick activity outputs, because we want to use the output of an activity as our items. So in our scenario, we have 3 different activities, but what we want, yes, you guessed it right, lookup activity. Click on this. Oops, dynamic content. Click on this. Now you just need to add one small thing, and that was the reason I showed you the output. If I will route if if I will write here output, it will not do the work. Why? Because output didn't have all the information that we needed, because we want to just pass the array, and array was stored inside the value key, just value key. It had so many keys, but we just want value key, so we will write output dot value. This was the catch, and this was another interview question, because these are small things, and you cannot like find these things like in the, you can say, PDFs that are available for interview questions and all, because these are like scenario based questions. You learn when you actually do it. So we will be using dot value. Click on OK. Now it is getting the array from this output. It is done. It is done. Now rest of the steps are really easy, because now we just need to pick this copy activity, and we just need to embed this copy activity within for each, and then we will be passing this loop information within those parameters. Simple. So let me show you how you can do it. First of all, click on Control X, so it will just cut the activity. It is simple. Control X, Control C, Control V. Don't make it complicated. Click on for each activity, and as you can see here, activities tab. So it is asking us to provide some activities that we need to perform under each iteration. Click on it, click on activities, and click on this pencil sign, this one, and just it will just open a new canvas. And now we are inside the for each activity. Yes. So now we will simply paste our copy activity, and simple. Now we have source. Yes, we have source. We need to give the value of relative URL. Yes, now we have the value, because now values are coming from this for loop. This for loop. So how we can do it? Simply click on it Again, dynamic content, because we are using parameters. Click on it, and then you just need to use the item. So as we just discussed, let me again show you. This is one item. This complete dictionary is one item. Okay, and every time it will be just having different items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it was just a quick recap. So we will be using item. Then item has 3 parameters, but for source, what is the name of our key? It is dot p relative URL. Simple, 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 simple. Now you got it. Click on OK. This is done. Click on sync. Same thing. Just do it on your own. Just do it on your own. Click on sync, and for sync folder, same thing. Activity, item. Item has 3 parameters. Which parameter we need to pick? Which key we need to pick? Yes, it's dot p sync folder. Now you are getting things right. Now the third one, file name, same thing. We want to pick the whole item. Within that item, we have 3 parameters. Which parameter we need to pick? It is dot p file name. Simple, 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 simple. This was the end of the solution that we were expected to build. Just rewatch this part at least 3 times. Even if you have grasped all the knowledge, just watch it to have a quick revision so that you can absorb all the knowledge. Now we are all set to run our pipeline, and we want to get it succeeded and without any errors. And once it is done, we will celebrate together. Don't worry, just click on debug button. Click on it and just fingers crossed, 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 crossed. And now let's see what it gives. And trust me, once you are familiar with this concept, then you can handle any, you can say, real-time scenario, any kind of question, because this involves logic building. This involves deep understanding. Ooh, we see so many crosses. Okay, this was expected. No, I'm not kidding. Okay, what was the reason behind the failure? So, yes, because we do not have the P file name in the JSON file. So I did it intentionally. So sorry for that, but I wanted to explain it. So the thing is, as you can see in the JSON file, this one, we have name psync file, but our parameter has a different name. So we can keep names different. It doesn't matter if we have a parameter with a different name and we have a key with different name, we can use it. We can give any key to it. So let's correct it and then just see all the greens instead of red. So I hope you understood the scenario. So just open your copy activity. This is your copy activity, and instead of p file name, you need to give p sync file, something like that, because that is our key. That is the thing that we are receiving from the for each items. So this was the confusion that many candidates face. So I just did it intentionally. So sorry for that, but it is for your betterment. Now you know these kinds of errors can occur, and it is not compulsory that we need to keep the parameter name and key name exact same. No, not at all. So just write psync and then file. Simple. Okay, let's go here, and now let's run this. Now it should be running fine. And if now error comes, this is not intentional, then we need to just debug it. Let's see. Errors are the part of learning. If you are not seeing any errors while you are learning, that means you are not learning. You are just copy pasting it. When you try to build your own logics, when you just try to use your own brain, you face errors. And once you know how to just overcome the errors, you become better and better. I love seeing errors, trust me. So don't worry at all if we see errors right now as well, we will debug it. We will debug it, bro. Don't worry at all. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Okay, I can see 2 greens. Let me see more greens, more and more greens. I was really scared because we obviously need to debug it if we see any errors. And because last time was like intentional, but this is not intentional. Let's see. But trust me, once you are familiar with this, why I'm repeating this again and again, because this is really crucial. When I was learning it, so I thought to skip it. Let's do it later. But I realized it later because these things are really important. And these are the things that make you a pro. And that is the reason that you are doing real-time scenarios, that you are doing real-time projects, end-to-end projects. You did your tutorials, you completed your tutorials. Now it's time to just gain the pro level skills. So in my channel, you can expect these kind of scenarios, these kind of projects, tutorials, because I love messing with my projects. So you will learn a lot. So I think that is a signal to just hit that subscribe button. It is for your betterment because this channel is full of knowledge, full of support to Azure Data Engineering, Databricks, end-to-end projects, tutorials, and much more. And we'll be having fun like this because I do not like boring classes, because I was a kind of student who was studious but a backbencher at the same time. So you can just imagine. And I like having that environment when I study. So don't mind me. And I can see many greens. Just one more activity is pending. Let's see the status. And just tell me in the comment section, what color are you seeing? Just be honest. Is it red or green? Just be honest. Just be honest. Because I saw many red error. Oh, one more succeeded. Okay. And after this, our first phase of the project is completed. Then we will be jumping to the next phase, that is Databricks. And I hope you learned a lot. Bro, everything is succeeded. See, all the greens, all the greens. I love it. I love it. So now it's time to just validate it. How we can validate it? We will just go to bronze layer and we should see all the folders. Let me go to my bronze layer. This is my home tab. This is my storage account. Let me go to containers. And then within that container, we have a bronze container. I have all the folders, bro. I have all the folders. As you can see, admin in those folders, we should have file, like CSV file. As you can say, calendar.csv, customer.csv, like all the CSV files. So now it's time to celebrate. Not that kind of celebration, just a healthy congratulation to everyone who have succeeded the stage and you have learned. Just trust me, you have learned a lot in ADF so far if you have built this dynamic pipeline. So just tap your back. Good job. Good job. So now our first phase of project is completed, is done. Now we are entering into the phase 2 of the project. Why I'm doing this? So now we are entering into the phase 2 of the project. So are you excited to use Databricks? So let me show you how you can use Databricks in your project. Let's see. So now it's time to create another resource, that is Azure Databricks. Show some excitement for Azure Databricks. Azure Databricks is like really in demand. So that's why I'm saying, bro. So without wasting time, let's get started with Azure Databricks. So click on home button, and obviously now you know the step. Click on plus resource, and now this time just type Databricks. Okay, search it, and you should pick this Databricks, that is from Microsoft. Oops, let me just retype it. This escape button is like hell. Okay, click on create, this one, and again same steps. Pick your resource group. Resource group is like AW project, workspace name, I would say ADB AW project. Nice name. Then you need to keep pricing tier as maybe standard or premium or trial. You can choose anyone. If you are using a free account, you can just keep it trial, because the thing is, you do not need to keep your data after 14 days, right? It is just for practice. You can just keep trial, so don't need to worry. Just keep anything. So I'm keeping like premium. And manage resource group. What is this manage resource group? So the thing is, in Databricks, we run our all the transformations on the clusters, but we are not the ones who look after the clusters, but Databricks is like looking after the clusters. So it will create a managed resource group where it will just keep all the VMs. What are VMs? Virtual machines. VNet. What is VNet? Virtual network. So all the cluster configuration will be stored in managed resource group. So just manage resource group is like just a resource group. So I recommend keeping it as like the same name as we have for the workspace. It is like easily, like you can easily find it, so do not take much stress. So just simply write managed and just write ADB and AW project. Simple. Then click on next networking and just click on next encryption, click on next security complies, next and review. Click on review plus create. So it will just validate it and then we will create it. So click on create. I was laughing because I was remembering my childhood days where when I just bought the computer, and it was the very first computer in my family. So my friends told me, if you want to install any game, just click on next, and at the end click on install. So it was a kind of nostalgia that hit, because we do not like we haven't like read anything which was written on those games instructions and all. We just used to hit next, and at the end install. And then we used to play computer games without internet. Okay, so now it is being deployed, and once it is deployed, then it's time to actually go deeper inside Databricks. Let's wait. It will take just few more seconds and then it is done, and then we will be just creating our first cluster, notebook, workspace, everything from scratch. Everything from scratch. And after covering this part, you can confidently mention Databricks in your resume, because after that, you will be much familiar with Databricks. And I will just show you some of the transformations as well, so that you can confidently sit in the interviews and you can confidently answer, hey, I know like how to perform these transformations. It's just the game of confidence. That's it. No one knows everything. No one knows everything, even the interviewer. And you are also a human. Just be confident in the interviews. That's it. If you do not know anything, just say, I don't know this thing, but I can still solve this thing because I have like that skill to debug anything. Because in the real world scenario, you will not be just remembering everything and you will be using your brain like in most of the scenarios. No, you will be using online resources, you will be using documentation. So you can just argue with the interviewer, hey, I don't know, but still, if you just allow me, I can just go on Google and I can just give you the solution like this. It's all about presenting yourself, it's all about confidence. Okay, stop your philosophy and just start working on Databricks. Yep, I know you are saying this. Click on go to resource and then let's see what is this thing. Then again, same thing, we need to just launch this workspace. Click on launch workspace. Okay. Okay, so now it will just take us to the Databricks workspace. Whoa. So this is the UI. By the way, they have just updated it. So it used to be black here. like darkish black or darkish gray, but now it's white. So they have just updated it. I used to like the previous one. Okay, so this is the UI. This is the Databricks. This is the most in-demand technology right now. So don't worry, we will be just having all the information that is required. Don't worry at all. So first of all, the very basic thing, that is compute, because we will be applying transformations on the data, we will be processing our data using compute. Compute is nothing, just a cluster. So without wasting any time, let's create the cluster first. And obviously other things are like very common, like workspace is like other, like we have just created a folder in Azure Data Factory, so it is the same thing, we have workspaces. So it's just the naming convention, meaning is same. Then we have catalog, where we just define the data catalogs like external locations and all. Don't worry about that for now, just ignore. Then we have workflows, if you want to just apply, you can say orchestration. So we have workflows, and then SQL editor, queries, dashboard, alerts, job runs, delta live tables. Forget about that for now. Just create compute, and we will be just start working with it. Don't worry. Click on compute, and then you will see this interface. Obviously you won't be having any compute ready, so just click on plus new. So click on create compute. Now this is the configuration that we need to complete to create a new cluster for our workloads. So first of all, this is policy, and by the way, you can just change the cluster name as well. So maybe I can just keep it as AW project. This is my cluster, AW project cluster, and keep it as unrestricted. Yep. And obviously single node, because we do not want to spend much and we can easily process this much of data using single node. So just keep single node. Okay. And access mode is like single user. You can keep it as no isolation shared if you want. And then you need to just pick the runtime. This is the runtime. Okay. So we'll be picking, so we will be picking any, you can pick any runtime with long-term support. LTS means long-term support. So currently we have 15.4 LTS. Maybe free account user will not be having this one. So for that reason, I'm picking 14.3, this one. If you have 15.4, you can just try with it. Don't worry, it's same. And node type, again, we need to pick the node type. For the cheapest one, I'll be using general purpose DS3 V2, in which we get 4 cores, and it's enough. Then we have terminate after. So it is really important if you want to save cost. Obviously if you are using free account, you do not need to worry, just use it. But if you have a paid account like me, so it will just automatically terminate the cluster if it is not in use like for like 120 minutes. But 120 minutes is a like big time range. I will just keep it as like 20 minutes. Okay, then tags, I don't want to add any tags. Then I also do not want to use photon acceleration, so I will just use basic cluster. Just click on create compute here, and that's it. Click on create compute. So now, as you can see, it is creating our compute, and you can also check it using Spark UI. Okay, it's creating now. Just wait. And now once our cluster is ready, we can actually start working with Databricks, because cluster is the most important thing that we should have ready in our Azure Databricks account. So the thing is that Databricks Community Edition provides cluster, and obviously you can use that as well, but obviously not with Azure. That is just for Databricks. Don't worry, we will be just creating videos for Databricks only in future. Don't worry about that, but this is just for the project. And it is totally a different experience when you actually work with Azure storage or any cloud storage with Databricks. Because in Databricks, you will not be getting that vibe of connecting your data with cloud, pulling that data, pushing that data. So that's why it is really important to have this exposure as well. And when you are just getting the opportunity to work with these areas for free, you should take the advantage, right? And here I am, your friend, your bro, to just help you, to guide you how you can use it. Because obviously, when I was learning, I was referring so many resources. So now it's time to just provide everything in one place. Yeah, simple. That's the whole intent. So, first of all, congratulations on completing the phase one of our project, which was ingesting the data dynamically. So you should be proud of yourself because you learned how to build dynamic data pipelines in Azure Data Factory. So our phase one is completed. Good job. Now we need to cover the next phase. Our next phase is all about Azure Databricks, this masterpiece. Azure Databricks. As we all know that Azure Databricks is one of the most in-demand technology right now if we want to deal with big data. So we will be learning everything. Don't worry about that. And this particular phase of project will be full of Databricks, Databricks, and Databricks. Because this is the sole tool responsible for data transformations for our project. Plus, it is the sole tool responsible for data transformations in the real world as well. So I decided to pick this technology because this really helped me a lot to crack data engineering interviews. Yes. So what you can expect in this particular phase of the project. So what we will be doing, we will pick this data, which is stored in the row layer. Then we will just ingest this data to silver layer with some transformations. This is all about our phase 2 of the project, and this phase 2 will be full of fun, so don't worry at all. So without wasting any time, let's get started because we have already created a Azure Databricks workspace. So I'm really excited to tell you ins and outs of all the things that you should know before working with Databricks. Yes, because there are some things which are really important that you should know before actually working with Databricks. And yes, it's very much relevant because you cannot start working with Databricks if you do not know this. What's that? Let's cover this. So I was talking about storage access. What's that? What's that? What's that? Don't worry. Let me explain you. It's very simple, but it's really important because you as a data engineer will be working on this part and you should know, you should take the ownership of this part. So let's start. So as we all know that our data is residing in the data lake. Sorted? Yes. Now we want to work with Azure Databricks. Okay, sorted. But just tell me one thing. This is a resource. This thing, this Azure Data Lake is a resource which can be used as an independent resource, right? Which is not linked to Databricks. So how we will be using Databricks to access the data stored in data lake? Obviously, we need some permissions. We need some access level permissions. We need some authority. We need some credentials to access the data stored in the data lake. And how we can do that? Here comes the role of data access that is stored in the data lake. What is it? It is a kind of key. So what exactly we will be doing? We will create an application which is known as service level application. So this application will have the access to this Azure Data Lake. Okay. And this application will be used by Databricks. So let me give you an example. Let's suppose you want to enter into a museum and you should have a ticket to visit that museum, right? So this application will act as a ticket, will act as a credential that you should have. You means Databricks. Databricks should have this credential, and then when this Databricks will be going to Azure Data Lake and will say, hey Data Lake, I want to access the data that you have stored. So it will say, just show me the ID card because I cannot allow everyone because I am the safety guard here. Then it will show this credential. You will say, see, this is my credential, this is my ID card. Then Data Lake will say, okay, now you can enter into my zone and you can pick the data. Sorted. This was the easiest example. I can just mention it here. So this was all about data access, and it's really easy. Let's jump onto the Azure portal and let's actually execute this. So this was all about the architecture, or you can say behind the scenes, and you are the owner of this step. So you need to do this. So let's get started to implement this, and it will be official step towards our phase 2 of project. So let's get started, bro. So I am in my Azure portal. So first thing that you need to do, simply go to your search tab and just search Microsoft Entra ID. See, just click on this one, and then you will see an area where you have different things such as users, groups, external identities, roles, and administrations. Do not worry about that. Just focus on this part, app registrations, because we will be registering an application. So simply click on it, and here you just need to click on plus new registration. Click on it. Okay. So here we just need to name it. Let's say I want to say AW project underscore application, or just app. Simple. Then you don't need to change anything. Just click on register. That's it. Click on register. It will create an application. And what we will be doing with an application, let me tell you, bro. Just hold your breath. Just take a deep breath. So now our application is created. Very good. So as we know, our second step, that we need to assign this application a role which can contribute to our data lake, right? Before doing that, I want to save this information. Which information? This information. Why? Because this will be needed. Yes, because while we will be pulling this application in Databricks, we need to just pass these URLs. So for that purpose, I need to just save this information. Okay, so let me just store this information. Let me just copy this, and let's say, let me just open a notepad, and there I can just save it. Let's create a new. Okay. So I copied this, and this is an application ID. So I will simply say app ID, and equals to this. Okay. Then I need to copy object ID. As you can see, object ID. Okay, I will simply click on copy to clipboard, and then I will say object ID. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. Just copy it. Just save this information. Okay. And the third thing is, we need to create a secret. Why? Because it will be used in Databricks to pull this information. So how we can create a secret? That is the third information that we need. Simply click on certificates and secrets. Click on it, and obviously new client secret. Click on it and give a description like, let's say, AW project. Simple. And it is recommended that it will be expired in 6 months, but I believe that my viewers, my data lovers, my data community will complete this project before 6 months. So do not worry at all. Just click on add, and here we have the secret, and we just need value of this secret. So simply copy the value. Don't copy the secret ID. Just copy the value. Just click on value and just save it. And I will name it as secret. I'm also not sure whether it was value or it was secret ID. We will test it. Don't worry about that, because we just need to store the information. Let's store this value as well, because precautions are better than cure. Wow. So let's say secret secret 2. Simple. Because if that will not work, we will use the second one. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Simple. Okay. So we have done our first step. So step number 1 was creating an application. Let's go to the second step, assigning a role to this application so that it can access the data lake. How we can do that? Simply go to your home tab, select your storage account because we need to assign a role in this storage account. So how we can do that? Simply click on access control, IAM. So I will click on it. Then I can see add because I want to add a role. So I will simply click on add role assignment. Simple. Now there are many roles. There are so many roles. So the role that we want to apply is storage blob contributor. It gives read and write both. Like you can either write or you can read. So it is the best access that you can give. So just search storage blob contributor. Here it is, storage blob data contributor, same thing. Click on next. Now it is asking select members. So click on select members because now we need to select our application. Okay. And now we need to search our application. So what we will do, we will simply search AW project. Yes, here you can see your application. Simple. Just pick this. Oops. Just pick this and select. And then click on review plus assign. Click review plus assign again. Now it will be adding a role. You can see the notification adding role assignment. So it will take some time and it takes I think 10 to 15 minutes to be applied as well. I know you can see like it is applied, but it takes some time. Don't worry, we have some work before that. So our 2 steps are done. Now comes the third step. Okay, and for that we need to go to our Databricks. That's the loveliest part. So simply open your Databricks workspace, launch your workspace. Okay, and you already know that we have already created the cluster, so that is the best thing. Our cluster is ready, so it automatically turns off after some time. So if your cluster is turned off, you can turn it on. If it is already turned on, then it is good, no worries at all. And now it's time to actually start working with your Databricks. So are you excited to create your first notebook? Because I was really excited when I created my first notebook. And I hope that my data lovers will be happy as well. So simply click on workspace because first of all, we will create a folder. We will create a workspace for us. Simply click on workspace and then obviously this folder is empty because we do not have any workspace. Click on create in this corner and we need to create a folder. Okay. So what name I want to give? I will give AW and project. Simple. Create. Now within this project folder, or you can say AW project folder, I want to create a notebook. Then again click on create and this time I will create a notebook. Woohoo! This is our notebook. Okay, and obviously if you are familiar with pandas, if you're familiar with Jupyter, you must be familiar with this user interface. If you are not familiar, don't worry. This is a kind of, you can say, compiler that you would have seen in VS Code. So instead of running the whole code, we run the code in chunks, like in the cells. So you will get to know everything. Don't worry about that. So first of all, I do like renaming my notebook first because that's the best thing that you can do to navigate your notebooks in the future if you forget to name it. So first of all, I will say transformations, or let's say silver layer. Simple. Okay, silver layer. Simple. So I have renamed my notebook. So this is file, this is edit, view, run, help. This is the cell in which we will be writing our code, and I know you are familiar with this. Now, first of all, I will turn on my cluster because it was turned off. So how I can do this? You can see a button called connect. I will click on it. It will show all the clusters that are available. And in my case, it is just one. So I will just click on it and I will say just turn it on. So now you can see starting. So now it will turn on my cluster, and till the time it is turned on, I will just do some headings. I will just add some headings, and I will just clean up my notebook, because I am planning to upload this notebook as well in my GitHub repository, so that you guys can refer and you guys can just keep my notebook in parallel to your notebook, and you can just refer your code. So it will be good for your learning. See, I do care about you all like so much. So first of all, I will just add a heading. How we can add headings, because we are expected to write the codes. So this is the best thing that I do like about notebooks. We can just add headings, titles as well. So how we can do that? There are two ways. One way is just hover over your code cell, and you will see an option called Python. Just click on it. You will see multiple things: Markdown, SQL, Scala, R. That means you can use all these languages. But wait, Markdown is not a language. When you click on Markdown, you will see that now you can just put headings. So let's say I want to write silver layer script. Simple. And if I want to make it bold, I can just add hashtags. So when I put 3 hashtags, that means it is H3 heading in HTML, if you are familiar with HTML. So just if you want to run it, simply click Shift plus Enter. Plus. Simple. See, as you can now as you can see, it gave us the heading. Simple. So this is our heading, and now I will put another heading, because I'll be putting, let's say, data loading. Data loading. Okay. Click Shift plus Enter. Another heading. So let's make this heading a little bigger. So just reduce 2 hashtags. See, so now it is a H1 heading. So everything is done, and now I think my starter is about to start. Sorry, my cluster is about to start. So once it starts, then we can just start loading our data. And one important thing, yes, our step 3 is still pending. Now, before data loading, we need to create our application in Databricks. So basically, we do not create the application, we just write some codes in which we pull the credentials of the application, and we employ those applications within our code. So don't worry, you do not need to learn any code. So all that code is available in the documentation. So you can just need to copy and paste it. Let me show you how you can do it. First of all, I will just add one cell here in between. So you can click on plus code and then you can click on Markdown again, and I will say this time data access. Data access using application. So this time I will hit Alt plus Enter. So what it does, it will run and it will add a cell below that code cell. So it's up to you if you want to hit Shift plus Enter, if you want to hit Alt plus Enter. My duty is to tell you each and everything. So now it's time to just look at the documentation. Let's look at it. So in order to get the code, simply write on Google that access data lake using Databricks, and just search for the documentation like this. Connect to Azure Data Lake Gen 2 blob storage. So simply click on it. So basically, whenever you want to access the data, we just need to get the code and we just need to copy it from a documentation, because you do not need to learn all that coding thing, because it is not required. That is just for the purpose of data access. That's it. So when you just scroll it down, you will see Azure Service Principal. So this is the thing that we were looking for. So you simply need to use this one. Like, you use the following format to set the cluster configuration. We already have set the cluster configuration because Databricks does that for us. Okay. So now we just need to copy this code. Simple. So I will click on copy, and I will go to my Databricks, and then I just need to paste it here like this. Do not run it. Wait, do not run it. Just paste it here, because we need to give some values, because we just need to replace the values. Why? Bro, this is a generic code, and let's say it is asking for secret, it is asking for a storage account, it is asking for some other things, application ID. So we need to pass our values that we have. So do not worry, I will tell you how you can do that. First of all, remove this one, service credential. Just remove it because we have already saved the credential in our notepad. Don't worry about that. First thing, storage account. We first need to remove this. Let me just highlight it. Do not make any mistake. Just remove this storage account to your storage account name. So our storage account name is, you can simply go to your Azure, go to your home tab and just get the storage account from here. Do not copy and paste my storage account. You need to put your storage account name. So I will simply copy it from here and I will paste it here. Control V. Then again I need to paste it here. Okay. Then again I need to paste it here. No worries. Again I need to paste it here. Again I need to paste it here. Okay. Now, along with this, we need to pass two more things. Application ID. As you already know that we saved our data. So application ID is this one. You can just copy your, again, do not copy my application ID, just use your application ID. So we will just replace it. Do not worry, when we will be just filling all this information, you can pause the video and you can just tally everything. Do not worry. Do not be in a hurry. So then we need to pass directory ID. Directory ID, I think, was this one, object ID. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. If anything fails, don't worry. We can just go back and we can just check the information again. It's not like, oh, we just clicked back in the application and now we cannot go back. Now, no, it's not like that. We can just go back. Just paste it here. Now the service credential. So service credential is this one. Let's try this first. If it fails, we can use the second one. Okay. 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 Uh, Sure. So we just need to store it in double quotes. Simple. So now I'm going to run this. So now you can just take the screenshot or you can just pause the video. So now I'm going to run this and let's see if it throws any error. We will just tackle it together. Don't worry. Because this is something that we are just putting the code that is already there. So, oh, it ran successfully. Wow, 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 wow. So what we actually have done it here. So we have just employed, or you can say we have called our application here to allow us means allow Databricks to access the data, because Databricks cannot go and access the data directly. No, we are going indirectly. We are going indirectly with a credential in our hand and we are saying, hey, we have the required identity card. Please allow us. Us means Databricks. I am the Databricks. So please allow me to access the data stored in Data Lake. Simple, sorted. So now it's time to test this connection. Obviously, it will be tested once we can just load the data. So let's quickly read the dataset number one. What is our dataset number one? Let me just see. Let me go to my storage account and then I can just click on containers. Then I can just click on bronze. And first of all, I will just read this data. Adventure works underscore calendar. Okay. Adventure works underscore calendar. Okay. So how we can do that? First of all, let me just write a heading that I am going to create. Okay. Here's the second way of putting the heading. Just put percentage MD. MD is the short form markdown and percentage is a kind of syntax that we use. It's called magic command. So I will say read calendar data because I want to create a notebook neat and clean for you guys so that you can refer and learn better. So first of all, let's read calendar data. So how we can do that? Let me show you the code. It is very easy. Simply say df for any kind of variable for your data frame. Df equals to spark dot read dot format. First of all, understand this. We are saying spark.read.format, then we just need to put the format of the data. It is in CSV format, just put CSV. Then we need to say dot option And in the option, we want to put header equals to true. So we will say header, comma, true. Simple. Then another option infer schema, comma, true. Don't worry, I will explain you what are all these terms. Don't worry, but let me just test this connection. Let me just load the data for you guys. Then I will explain you what these terms are for. Then I will say dot load, and now we need to just give the location, and there is a format to pass the URL of the data stored in the data lake, right? And let me just quickly first put that here. You can just copy it from here. So I will explain you how you can remember this format, because sometimes it becomes really confusing, and obviously interviewer can ask you this question like, what is the format of putting URL, because this URL is not readily available in data lake. You need to either refer Databricks documentation, and I have like enough practice of using Databricks and Azure Data Lake, so I remember the format. So let me just quickly write it here. So bronze at the rate storage account name, it is AW storage data lake. Don't worry, we'll explain it in just few seconds. Just wait for few seconds. Okay, dot dfs dot windows dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. Simple. Let me just run it. Okay, I can see some errors. What is that error, bro? Oh, I see. Let me just mention the folder name as well. And what was the folder name? Adventure Works Calendar. Let me just copy it. Adventure Works Calendar. Adventure Works Calendar. Okay, let's read this. Again, error. HTTP connection failed to it. Oh, I got it. It was not about that particular folder. So the connection that we have made with this application failed. Now I want to dig deeper. Why? What information we have put wrong? So what I think is we have mentioned one of these values wrong, my 99% of the intuition, and let me still see it, because it, oh, I got it. So the thing is, we have copied object ID instead of tenant ID. Just a silly mistake. And you know how to correct it? Let me show you. So now it's time to go to your Azure, and let me show you from the beginning. So just go back to your Microsoft Entra ID and just select the app registration in which we have registered our applications. Just click on all applications. So now here you see the list. So just click on AW project application. So this is the one that I recently created. So these two, like other two, are like for my different projects. Don't mind. Just click on it, and it will again show you the same page that we need. So instead of object ID, we need to copy the tenant ID. Just a silly mistake. So we just need to replace this object ID E70 something with our tenant ID. Let's do that. Okay, so we need to replace this value with this one. So let's rerun it. Okay, and let's rerun this as well. Now I should see some data. If not, we will tackle the errors, because that's how you become a pro. Feel happy when you see the errors. Really? You would have seen like first developer who is saying this, but trust me, it will help you a lot in your learning journey. It's better to see errors in your room rather than seeing errors in front of interviewers, right? So as you can see, we have successfully loaded the data, and in order to display the data, we have a command called dot display. Okay, just write df dot display, and it will display the data. As you can see, we have just one column in our data source, so obviously it gave us only one column. Congratulations, first of all, congratulations. And now let me explain you what we have done in our reading code. So the code is really simple. So Let me just break it down for you all guys. First of all, we have already covered that this is the format, right? Okay, this is the header. Obviously you are aware of header, so we want to make our header true because we want to see our header. Then what is this infer schema, bro? What is this infer schema? So by default, when we save data in CSV, it will read all the columns are text columns. So we want Spark to just infer the schema. What does it mean? Just to decide the schema on your own, based on your own intelligence. Just look at the data and just decide the schema on your own. We do not want to extensively like define the schema again and again. We do not want to pass any argument for schema. Just decide it on your own, and based on its you can say intelligence, it can just predict the schema. That's it. It's very handy when you do not need to give schema for your data frames again and again. So I use this command a lot, like infer schema. Then this is a load command. As the name suggests, we need to load the data. Now don't worry, I'm coming to your favorite part, how we can remember the format for the URL. It's very simple. So the format is, let me show you if you can closely see. First of all, I will just take it to the next line because I don't like keeping all the code in one line. Yeah, I know I was the one who wrote it, but still, sorry. So yes, you can just shift your codes in the next lines by just adding one small thing, which is this backslash. Do not put front slash. Front slash is the regular slash we use. Backslash is the key which is available just above the enter key. So use that slash. Simple, simple, simple. Now you can just move your code to the next line. It will allow you. So what is the format? Bro, format is very simple. First of all, you need to write ABFSS. That is a kind of a your blob storage something. Then put your container name. Our container name is bronze. Then put @ storage account name. And our storage account name is my, not our, my. AW storage data lake. Simple. Then you need to put this thing as it is. dfs.core.windows.net. Simple. And then your folder name. Simple. This is the format. I know, do not feel overwhelmed, like, because obviously when you are just starting working with Databricks, it is very difficult to remember the format, but you can just copy paste from here, and with the course of time you will be familiar with it, and you would not need to see, and you would not need to just copy and paste it. You will just look at the storage account name and container name, and you can just form your URL without just copying it from anywhere else. But for now, just copy it from here. I have just paused my video so you can just take it. Okay, sorted. Now let's load the other data frames as well, because we have successfully loaded calendar data frame or data. Now it's time to load other data frames. Let's do it. So as we have just loaded calendar data, so now it's time to load other data sets as well. So what we can do, we can simply copy paste the code that we have used for data reading. It will save us a lot of time, but keep one thing in mind, just add a suffix. Let's say df cal, because it will be identifiable in future that we are reading calendar data, right? Just do this and just delete this cell because we will be displaying the data together. So let's say read calendar data. Let me just copy this, or let me call it as reading data. So it will be like generic for all the data reading, right? Then let me copy this code and let me now read the next data set, which is I think customers. Let me check. Click on containers and then bronze. Yeah, it's customers. So I just need to change the folder name because rest of the things will be same, exact same. And as this is customers, so I want to make my data frame to be known as df_cus. So I will just read it. Yes, successful. Then I will just read another data set, which is the product categories. Okay, so I just need to say product categories. product categories. Okay, simply run it. Oops, I forgot to just change it. So I will say df product categories, procat. Okay, let me rerun it, and we just need to rerun this as well. That's it. Then the next one. So this is just a kind of data reading step. So we are just reading all the data one by one. In this, we just need to say product. So I will say pro, and we can remove this product or products. Okay, we just need to add s. Simple. Then another one, returns. Okay, so I will say ret, and here returns. Simply run this as well. Then we have sales 15, 16, 17. Okay, we'll do that. Sales 2015. Okay, simple. Let me show you one thing. So instead of writing 15, 16, 17 again and again, what I can say, just put asterisks after this. Let's try this. It ran it. So what we have done, we have just set Databricks, just pick all the folders which have this naming convention, adventureworks underscore sales. Whether it is 15, 16 or 17, it will pick all the files. Just a pro tip, just a pro tip, and a potential interview question as well, how you can recursively read files. See, so now we can just say territories as well. Okay, territories. Okay, and I will say here TER, and I need to change this name as well because this was sales. So let me rerun it, and I need to rerun df pro as well because I just used that data frame name. So do not do this mistake. If you do it, accept it and correct it. Df ter, and then we have subcategories. Okay. Let's write it. Just one more. Subcat. Subcategories. And then we have, oh, I saw one error. Don't worry, we'll correct it. Then we have products. Oh, don't mind this one because this was the one that we just pulled it when we were testing our data. I was thinking like why this naming convention is so different from the other one. So do not mind this one because we already have products file. So let me just take you to the Azure Data Factory phase. So when we were just testing our static pipeline, this is that data. So ignore it. So I know we have an error. What is the error? I think I have messed up the spelling. I don't know. Adventure work subcategories. What is the spelling here? Subcategories. Let me just copy it from here. I think I have just messed up with spelling. Oh yeah, I didn't add product. Okay. Now let me run it. Let me run this. What? Oh, it's just product subcategories. It's not like adventure works subcategories. Okay. Makes sense. We are humans. We can make mistakes. The difference is we can correct it if we want. If we don't want, I should not speak about it. Okay. So now our all the data frames are loaded. Congratulations, you have successfully loaded all the data frames, and now we will be performing some kind of transformations, and simultaneously we will be pushing this data to let me show you this, to this container which is silver, right? So are you excited to learn some of the crazy functions available in Databricks? So let's transform our data to some extent. Obviously, we are not just doing hardcore transformation because these open data sets are already clean, but we will try our best to cover as many functions as we can so that we can be familiar with transformations or functions available in Spark and Pyspark. So let's start transforming our data and pushing to the silver layer and complete our phase 2 as well successfully. Love you, my data community. Let's do that. Let me just put a heading here and then we'll start doing that as well. So this is transformations. Okay, perfect. So now, first of all, let's transform calendar data. Now you'll be asking, hey, what do we need to transform it? It just has one column. So we will transform it. First of all, I will display the data. df.display. Lol. Lol. It is saying that that data frame doesn't exist. What is not defined? Real? We defined it. Let me rerun it. Yeah. Now I can just say display. It should work. Yep. So now as you can see, we just have one column. Do you want to learn some date functions? Let me tell you. So let's say we have this date and we want to create a column called month in which we have month of every date, right? That can be the scenario because I have worked with these scenarios where we just need to fetch month, year. So let's create two columns, month and year, and by just applying this transformation you will get to know about the date functions, right? So this is just a special edition for you, for you. Okay, so how we can do that? It's very simple. So I will simply say df dot with column. So if you are not aware of dot with column, so it is a kind of function that we have available in Pyspark library. So with the help of this function, we create a new column or we modify the existing one. How we can just make a difference between modifying the existing one or create a new column? So if I keep the column name same, let's say I just write here date and we already have date column. So it will just modify this one, but we do not want that. We want to create a new one. So in this scenario, I will just pick a new name which is not available in my table or data frame, right? So I will simply say month, then comma, then we need to put the transformation, like what transformation we want to apply on this data frame. So I want to use a function called month. Yes, we do have a month function within Pyspark library. I just saw a fishy thing because I didn't see a recommendation based on this function. And you know why? Because I didn't pull the library. So for that, first thing that you should do always just click on plus code and pull the modules. So like from pyspark.sql.functions, import all the functions, import asterisks, and from pyspark.sql.types, pull all the types, import asterisks. Just run this. Yeah, successful. Yes. So now when I will be writing month, let me just rewrite for you. Now I should see some recommendation. See, this is a quick tip for you guys, and you can just identify the errors before compiler will do it for you. So you are your compiler. So I will simply write month. Now I need to use a column. Like I want to fetch a month of which column? Let me give you, bro. I want to use column. So column col is a column object that we use with column name, right? Then we just need to put our column name, which is date. Simple. It is done. And if we want to save it, we will simply say df cal equals this. Simple. And if I want to display it, I can here dot display. So now you will see column created. Perfect. As you can see, it has given us the month 1 1 1 1 1 because this is just month 1. Then I can just scroll it down and I can see 8 9 10 as well. Similarly, I will just create another column. So I will just use backslash for the next line, as you all know now. So click on it and then I will again say dot with column. then I will say year, and then I will use year function. We have year function as well. Very good. Then we just need to repeat these steps, column object, and then we need to pass the column name, which is date. Simple. Do not make things not complement, like difficult. So just remember one thing, you need to put the single quotes whenever you are using column object, right? So now let me just rerun it, and now I should see two more columns, month and year. Perfect. As you can see, year is 2015, 16, 17. Simple. And now I want to just push this data. Let me remove this. So now I want to push this data to silver layer. And how we can do this? Let me show you. So code is little bit similar to the data reading, but it is slightly different. So just write df cal, that is your data frame name, then write. This is a Pyspark writer API. So just write df.write. Then you need to mention format. In which format you want to push the data to silver. And I would say let's push this data to Parquet format. What is a Parquet format? Bro, Parquet format is a columnar format and it is very much in demand, and right now we work with Parquet files. I know we also use Delta, but Delta are built on top of Parquet files. So Parquet files are very much in demand and it is very much optimized for data reads because it is a columnar file format. So now you are familiar with Parquet file formats as well. And let's push this data to Parquet format. Let's write Parquet, then backslash. Then I want to say dot option. Oh, before option, I will say mode. Now, what is this mode in writer API? So there are basically 4 modes available. Let me just write it for you so that you can keep this thing in your mind, because these are some things that interviewers can ask, and you should be like having these things in your tips, on your tips, like just ask me this and I will be like, hey, this is the mode and this mode is used for this purpose. So basically there are 4 modes available. So first of all, we have append mode. Don't worry, I will tell you each and every mode. Then we have overwrite mode. Then we have error mode. Then we have ignore mode. Yes. So we have these 4 modes. So what does this mode do? So if we have data already stored in the folder and we want to append the data, that means we want to merge that data with the existing one. We want to just apply a union. So we will use append. But if we want to replace that data that is already there and we want to store the fresh data, we use overwrite. What is this error? So if data is already there and we are just trying to write the data to the same folder, it will say, hey bro, there's data there, I cannot write. So it will throw an error. Okay. Now what this ignore will do? So ignore will just ignore the things. No, I'm just kidding. Basically it ignores. So if data is there in the folder, it will not throw any error, but it will not write the data as well. So it will not throw any error, but it will not write the data as well. So it will just ignore, right? Now I have explained all these 4 modes in the easiest manner. So I think now you will be keeping these modes in mind and just feel confident and just answer like this. Whenever I ask you like, what is this mode for? Just say like, hey bro, we already know. So I will just use append mode. Okay. When I use append mode, I will just use backslash, enter. Then I need to use option. What is this option? So in this option command, we will give the path where we need to store the data. So I will say path, comma, and then same data format. Yeah, the format that we used while reading the data. Same path, not same. I mean to say same type, same format. Obviously the path is different because that is the source. This is a destination. So the source this time is, oh sorry, destination is this time is abfss colon double slash, and then this time container is silver, not bronze. So silver at the rate, what is the storage account name? Let me copy this one because rest of things are same. We just need to save this data in silver container instead of bronze container. And we have successfully put the URL here. Simple. One last thing, do not forget to mention that dot save. So it will just save your data. Let's run this. Okay. So it has successfully written the data. So now I want to check this. Let's go to your storage account and check your silver folder, not folder, container. Yes, we have returns data. Why we have returns data? Oh, because we just picked the location of returns. Sorry, let me just change it. Let me just change it. See, this is the thing. This is the advantage of data validation. I instantly validated it and I got the issue. Just remove this data and just reload it. And let me just rerun it. Simple. So now I should see the correct data. Let me just refresh it. Yes, now we have the data. So this was all about date functions and this was all about calendar. Now the next data frame that we want to transform and push to silver layer is customers. Let's do that. Let's do that. I think I should create a heading for you guys so that you will not feel confused like which transformation is for which data frame. Let's do that. So I will simply say calendar. Okay. So now you can easily navigate through this notebook. Okay, no worries. Okay, so now let me just add another one, which is customers, right? So first of all, I want to see my customer data by running the command dot display, and then we will just create some scenarios where we can just apply transformations on top of this data frame. And in customers data frame, we can easily apply lots of transformations. So this is one of the best data frames you can just imagine while working with Spark transformations, because we have so much to use, right? And this is our data frame. This looks like this. So we will cover three transformations in this, three transformations. And these three transformations will be really, really nice. Trust me, because I'm going to cover some crazy transformation. Not crazy transformation, but yeah, it will be really handy and it will be really helpful for you. First transformation. First transformation. So the first transformation will be for text-based transformation. So we have already covered some date transformations. It's time to cover some string transformation slash text transformation, whatever you want to say. So what we will be doing, we have Mr. that is prefix, Mr., Mrs., Miss. Then we have first name. Then we have last name. So what we will be doing, we will create a column called full name in which we will be just concatenating all the three columns. So let's create that transformation. Let's transform these three columns and it will work like this. dfcus equals to dfcus dot with column. Then we need to say, hey, full name. This is our column name, full name, and the transformation that we want to apply. So basically there are two ways. So that's why I picked this transformation, because this is one of the favorite questions asked by interviewers. Yes. So basically there are two functions available for concat. One is concat, simple concat, in which we just put all the columns and we put the separator. Let me show you that first, then I will just tell you the advanced one. So first of all, I will say concat, then I will say column name that I want to concat. First of all, I want prefix. Let me just check the column name. Yes, it is prefix. Then after column, I want to add a space. So I will just do this. It is similar to Excel, don't worry. So just put another comma. Then I will put my second column name, which is first name. Yeah, it is first name. Okay. First name, then again, I will put comma and then space, then comma, third column name. So this is the normal approach that everyone follows. And now I'm going to tell you the advanced approach. Okay, so this is my last name. Perfect. So let me first display this to you, and we will not save this because we will save the advanced one, right? So let me just display this dot display. What is this error? Oh, I got it. So here is another learning for you. I forgot to mention. Nice. So the thing is, whenever you want to add a constant, what does it mean? Like any constant, maybe a kind of space, any kind of number, any kind of alphabet. If we want to put any constant, we want to make the use of lit function, lit. I forgot to mention that because I didn't use that function in so long. So I just remember like looking at like it is saying there's no column name. So I said like I didn't use any column name with that space. Then I got to know, hey, I need to use lit function. So this is the function lit. And then we can just define this space within this because we cannot define constant like this. We have to use lit function. Simple. Now it's fine. It should be fine. It should be fine. Fingers crossed. Simple. So let's look at our new column. Wow, it worked. Yes. Now I will tell you the advanced approach. Not an advanced approach, but yes, this is a kind of function that not everyone knows about. So what is this function? So you have just seen that we were just again and again putting this space thing, right? I do not want to do that. I just want to put my delimiter just one time, and then I just want to mention the column names. For that, we have a function called ws concat. ws underscore concat. Yes, this is a function that we have. So I will just write df cus and then df cus dot with column, and I will say full name, and I will use ws concat or concat ws. Yes, it's concat ws. So just open this, and now as you can see here in the suggestion as well, it is asking us for like separator that we want, and then we just need to put the column names. Simple. So here in the separator, I will use, let's say, space. Here I can use space without any lit function at all. So I think so because I used it like few months back. Let's test it, but I feel like we can use it without lit. If not, we can add lit. Not a big deal. Then just add your all the columns. Let's say column prefix and column first name and then column last name. Simple, simple. Now I want to test it. Let's run it. See, we just need to put space. We do not need to put ls because this function is specifically built for this purpose where we do not need to mention the separator again and again. So let me just show you the data now. So just go to the next cell and just write df cus dot display. See, now you're learning all the advanced things, all the advanced things. Now I should see the column. Yes, it is perfect. And now this time I have saved this column to my data frame, so it will be pushed to Silverlake as well. It's time to write this data. So just copy the code from above that we used in the calendar, and do not forget to change the name, the mistake that we did it earlier. Okay, so this time I will say customers. Perfect. And our data frame is df cus. Simple. Just hit the command and we are good. Yes, perfect. Now it's time to pull the third data frame. Let me just refresh it first. Okay, I can see the data. Okay, now it's time to pull the third one, which is product categories. Okay, so for product categories, I don't think so we have much data, so I don't think so we need to apply any transformations on it. So we will just read it and we will just write it to silver layer. Simple, 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 simple. So first of all, I will just write percentage %md, and this is subcategories. Okay, subcategories. So df subcategories equals to, let me just copy the code. Copy. Oh, we just need to display it. Sorry. Subcategories. Oh, yeah, we just have like 3 columns. So we can just simply write this data to Silverlayer without any transformation, because I don't think so we should apply any transformation. This is really simple. So now we can just copy the code here from right, and then we can just write this data. Df subcat dot this one. Simple, and do not forget to change the column name. Sorry, folder name. Subcategories. Simple. Just hit Shift plus enter. Simple. So now it's time to read products data. Yes, let's do that. I will simply write %MD and then products. Okay, products. So let's see, what do we have in products data frame. Oh, we have many more columns. Okay. So what we gonna do in this particular data frame? So as you can see, we have all the information available related to products. Very good. So I have a very beautiful transformation for this particular table. So as you can see that we have product SKU column, and this is the real-time scenario, because these kinds of requirement that we get in like normal days as well. So this is product SKU. I just want to fetch the first 2 letters of product SKU. Maybe this can be my mapping to categories or anything. This is the requirement. I just want first 2 letters. That's it. Or I want to just level it up. Okay, just level up. I want all the alphabet. Let's say I have 3 alphabets, because I can have 3 alphabets. So I want all the alphabets before this hyphen. Yes, let's do this. So this is my requirement number 1. Requirement number 2. I just want the last color thing, like product name. So as you can see in this product name column, we have all the names obviously related to products. So I just want to fetch the first word of every product name column. Just first not alphabet, like first word before space. As you can see, we have spaces like LL, HL, ML, then we have long, AWC, mountain, the like these kind of words. I just want very first word. So here we will be learning a very popular and very strong function called split function. Yes. So what this function does, it just splits the column into a list. So then we need to use indexing as well on the top of it, so that we can just fetch the desired index. So in this scenario, as we talked about, we just need the first one. So first we will just split the data based on hyphen, then we will just pick the first index, the very first index, which is also referred with 0. Are you excited to do that? Let me show you how you can do that. Okay, so we need to transform our columns this time instead of creating new one. So now you will also learn how to transform the column. So it is very easy. Simply write your df product, right, equals to df pro dot with column. Okay, with column, and then I will just keep the column name same, so that it will just modify the column product SKU. Now here comes the function called split. So how we can use this function in split? We need to just define the column first, and then we need to define the separator. So in our scenario, the column is product SKU, and the separator is comma. Then once it creates a list, because split function creates a list based on the separator, I just want index number 0. Simple. This is the transformation. Just focus on this part, because you need to do indexing as well, because otherwise it will just create a list, and we do not want a list. We need a index, 0 index. So let me just create the second column as well the same way, which is our product name. Okay, and I will simply write here product name, and here as well product name, and this time my separator is space. Space, yeah, simple space, see, space, and then again I want 0 index, like 0th index. So okay, now I want to just run this. Let me run this. Invalid syntax. I think there's one braces missing. I can't see anything. Let me just rerun it. Oh yeah, it was fine. I think so. Oh yeah, it was fine. Just ignore these kinds of silly errors. So now I want to look at this data frame result. Now I should see just first words using split function. So as you can see that it has returned just the first word of the product name. Very well done. Yes. And we have just committed a small mistake. Instead of putting hyphen, we have just put comma. And I don't know why I just put comma. Let me just rerun it. Okay, so now it has given the desired result. So let me just repeat what we did. So we just needed to mention the separator, and I don't know why I just put comma. So we need to just put hyphen because our separator is hyphen, not comma. Because I was just talking about comma CSV file, so it just came in my mind. I just put comma. So just ignore that. So now our this customer's data frame is also modified. Now it's time to write it. And I know now you are feeling much more confident with split column, or like splitting the columns into a list and then use indexing on top of it. Very well done, very well done, because it's not an easy function, and not an easy thing, not an easy thing to grasp. So if you have done it, then good job. And then we will just write this data frame, pro and products. Products. Okay, and then we have returns file. Okay, let's pick returns file. Let me see what we have in returns. Returns, simple. Let me just see. df red dot display. Oh, I just committed a mistake. I just misspelled display. I just wrote display. Okay, just write display, and then oh, this is a small data set. Okay, I don't think so. We just need to apply any transformation on this as well. So just write it as it is, because we do not have much to transform it in this data frame. Don't worry, I have a very special thing to add in your transformation game. Do you want hint? So when you will be just writing data for like sales 2015, 16, 17, I will show you something very special. So this is regarding performing a kind of analysis. Don't worry, we will not just performing lots of analytics, but just 2 to 3 things, and I will show you how you can build not transformation, like how you can build charts in Databricks. Can you imagine? And you do not need to use any code. We just need to just click on few things, and you can just create charts like bar chart, line chart. So there is a special gift for you. So just wait for a few more seconds, because this is the second last data frame, and then we will be just working with sales data set. And I will show you just 3 to 4 transformations, and I will show you how you can build charts, and also that so that you can just play with your data frame and you can leverage that in your industry, and you can just showcase this talent in your project, that you also build some transformations, because every organization is looking towards performing analysis on big data. So you can leverage this as well, that you performed analysis on big data in Databricks. So just a special gift for you. So it's time to write this data. So I think I have already copied this data. Yes. So df ret, and then we just need to write returns. Perfect. Let me just write it. Yes, and I think now we have two data frames left, sales and returns. Obviously, we will be just covering sales after territories because that is a special gift. First, let's quickly transform territories data and push it to silver, and then come to our special gift. Okay. Then we have territories. Yep. Okay. What do we have in territories? Dot display. Let me see. Df is not defined. We just defined it. Let me redefine it. Don't worry. Maybe I just skipped it. I just wrote the code and didn't run it. No worries. Where is my data reading for df? Oh, here it is. Let me just rerun it. Maybe it was missed. Don't worry, just rerun the code. We have the notebook. We have the notebook. And that is the biggest advantage, because when you will be having this notebook, everything was in the sequence, so that you can just refer it and you can just learn in a better way. So just run this. Oh, this was a basic small data set. Again, we do not have much things to do in this data frame as well. So I think we should just focus on our gift part, and we should just cover that data frame in little bit detail. So let's quickly push this data set as well, because I know you are really excited to work on that data set, because I was really happy when I saw those transformations and those charts, those visualization in Databricks, because I didn't imagine that we can build those data, you can say analysis in Databricks using like no code, because we did not need to write any Seaborn code, you can say no matplotlib code, so nothing. We just need to click on few boxes and charts will be built. So let's write this one quickly. This is df and then territories. Simple. Now all the data are pushed to silver layer. Now it's time to pick sales data frame. So I'm really excited for it. So let me first read the data and let me see what is it inside the data frame. So sales, and let me just display sales.display. And we already have 3 years of data within this, so that was a smart tip that we picked. Like we just merged the data frames together. Okay, so we have some nice stuff to use in our analysis. We have date function, we have order number, we have customer, we have so many stuff. So we can just perform many aggregations, and I will show you how you can do that. So let's start with like some transformations, and then we can start our analysis. Okay, so what transformation we will be doing? Let me show you. Let's say we want to cover one more date function, which is timestamp. If we want to convert a date into a timestamp date format, so how we can do it? We will cover that one, because we will transform this talk date column, right? This is our requirement number one. Then we need to replace. Yes, replace. I want to cover that function as well, because that is really important. So what we will be doing, we will replace the alphabet S with, let's say, alphabet T. Just a requirement, because that is really handy when you learn how you can replace. So that is our second requirement. Then the third requirement. Yes, we have three requirements in it. Then what we will be doing, we will simply perform some kind of mathematical functions because we haven't covered those. So what we will be doing, we will just perform a multiply column where we will be multiplying order line item with order quantity. I know this doesn't make any sense from business perspective, but being a developer, you should know how you can perform those functions like multiplication of columns, because it is really necessary when you are working with numerical data, right? So we will be using some functions to achieve these results. So we have 3 requirements. Let me quickly do that, and then we will perform some aggregations. So you will be learning aggregation function as well. So what is that? The function is group by, the most powerful function in all the tools and technologies in the data world, because we want to aggregate data. We do not want transactional data. We are data domains, like we are the people who are building reports or building pipelines or analyzing the data or like doing some stuff based on the data stored in the data warehouses. So we do not want transactional data. We want aggregated data. So let's do that first, and let's get started. So first of all, simple requirement, which is converting the stock date timestamp into the, like the date format into the timestamp format. So how we can do that? So simply write df sales equals to df sales dot with column, obviously, and then we just need to use the same column name because we will be change this column instead of creating new one. So column name is stock date, that's correct. Then the transformation that we need to apply is to timestamp. As you can see, the function is popped up. Click on it to timestamp. And what column we need to use to convert it to timestamp? We need to use stock date. Simple. So let's run this. Okay, this is finished. So now in order to replace the S with T, we will do our second transformation. Sales equals to df sales dot with column, and then we need to say order number, sorry. Then we will use a function called regexp replace. Yes, so this function is used to replace the characters with some other characters. So first of all, I will just write the column name, which is order number, because this is the column in which we are applying replacing things, right? So after mentioning this column, I want to replace S with T, or let's say, yeah, S with T. Simple. And let me just apply it. Okay, perfect. Now let's apply the third transformation, which is multiplication of these two columns, order line item and order quantity. Okay, let's do that. And we will create a new column for this one because this is just a random column. We just need to use the multiplication operation, that's it. Okay, df dot with column. Let me just save it. df sales and then dot with column. It's called multiply, right? Then you need to say column of order line item asterisk column of order quantity. Simple. All the 3 transformations are done. Simple. Now I want to just look at my data frame. Simple. Wow, I can see the transformation. Stock date is converted to timestamp. Order number is replaced with T, like S is replaced with T. And then we have a new column called multiply, where we can see this number is multiplied with this one. 2 into 2 equals 4. Simple. Now here comes the sales analysis. Let's create another heading and put sales analysis. Simple. So here we will be performing a group aggregation. How? So the requirement is I want to aggregate my sales. That means how many orders I have received in one day. Like every day, how many orders did we receive? So we want to apply a group by on order date, and we want to find the count of order numbers by every day. Like how many orders we received every day, right? Let's do that. So how we can do that? We have to apply aggregation. Okay, df.sales dot group by. So there is a function called group by. Okay, then we need to apply write the column name on which we need to apply group by. This is order date. Let me just confirm the name. Yes, it is order date. Then we need to use agg function that stands for aggregation. That says like, hey, I have grouped the data. Now you want to apply which aggregation? We want to apply aggregation count. On which column? It's order number. Simple. Then the new column will be called as total orders. Yes, this is known as alias function. So now you are familiar with alias function as well. Simple. So this was all about aggregation. Very nice. Let me run this and let me actually display this as well. Okay, dot display. So now I want to display it. So this is our analysis number 1. How many sales we have received every day? Wow. And now the best part. I know the part you are waiting for. We want to create charts. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. So here is the area where you can build charts. So as you can see the option table, let's say I want to show my manager that these many sales we have received every day. So instead of showing table, because obviously it is very hard to just see the trend, because I am interested to see the trend. So what I can do, I can simply click on this drop down and I can see here plus button and then click on visualization. Simple, simple, simple. See, now as I can see the total orders by day and I can see a trend. So now this is very much evident. Earlier it was quite stagnant, but suddenly it boomed up. When? From 2016 July 1st. So this is a kind of insight that is really helpful. See how easily you can build charts. So it is not like you cannot modify it. Simply go here and just choose area chart as well. See, you do not need to write any code. This is crazy. Now you can see you have so many options. So if you want to change colors and all, you can just do it from here. Like there are so many things. If you want to choose group by, you can say it's like total order, like anything. And you can even change the Y column as well, like the aggregations we are using for our charts. And if you want to save it, you will be saying, hey, it is okay, I can see it, but how we can save it in notebook? Just click on save button, bro. That's it. That's it. Now you can just share this notebook with your manager. This is crazy. And obviously, if any interviewer asks you to create visualizations, just say, we know how to create visualization, and yes, it is possible. So it is really cool. It is really cool. Let me show you one more, you can say, visualization. So what I want to do, I want to use category column, because I think in category column we have some categorization. So I want to use a pie chart. So this was analysis number 1. Let me choose analysis number 2. Okay. So for that, I want to first display the data that is available for category. So df category subcategory dot display. I think it was product category. Yes. Let me display it. Okay. So if I want to see the visualization for this, like the pie chart or anything, where I want to see the composition, the distribution, like which category is performing good, like how much percentage it has acquired. So simple visualization. I can just display the bar chart as well. right? But I want to display pie chart. Click on pie chart. Wow, cool, man. Cool, that's cool. Simple. That's amazing. That's amazing. So one more, as I promised that we will be doing three things. So third thing, what we should pick? Okay, let's pick territory data because we didn't apply much transformations on top of it. So let's use it in our analysis. Okay, so for that we will be using df dot display, and I know you're gonna play with it a lot. I know because I also played with it a lot. It's a really cool feature. So now I want to create what, yes, I will be just using country. So I will just pick visualization. So it will say no data because it does not know like what will be my X column, what will be my Y column. No worries. So for X column, Y column, you can just put general, and you can just pick X column is region. Okay. And you can say Y column is scale is automatic. Okay. I think you just need to pick like Y column, add column, and you can just put anything, just play with it. So you can say, hey, in every region, or let's say in every country, how many regions do we have, a kind of thing that you can just put in your aggregations. So I can see one, 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 but suddenly five regions in my US. So this is a kind of analysis that we can use if you want to find how many regions are contributing in each region, like in each country. Then I can also pick, let's say, continent. Then I can just pick sales territory key, and instead of count we can just say min, median, average, anything. So you can just play with it. That's, I would leave it up to you. So let's save it because this is the third one. Let's save it. And these three are the analysis that we have done, and you can just play with it because it's really a cool feature. And after playing with it, it's time to just write the data. And I think I have not written the data like sales data. It's time to write the data as well. So I will just put the write command here above the sales analysis. Yes. So that you can just refer the notebook and you should know, okay, all the data has been written and now it's time to analyze the data. So to write the data, simply write df sales. Let me just copy. It will just save us a lot of time. Okay. So now we just need to write it df sales. Okay. And we need to create a folder called sales. Simple. Let me run it. Perfect. So all the data is pushed to silver layer. All the data is analyzed as well. We have just done the analysis as well. So let me just test it if we have data in silver layer or not, because we didn't validate it for the other files. Yes, we have all the data. So that means we are done with our phase 2 of the project as well. We have successfully pushed our data to silver layer from bronze layer, and we have used this powerful tool Databricks. We have like worked with Parquet file format. We have did analysis on top of our data. We have built visualizations as well. So we did so much crazy stuff within this phase. So the next phase is serving layer. We need to create a serving layer in Synapse Analytics. Yes, we will be doing that in our next phase of this project. So we have covered phase 1, phase 2 successfully, and I know you have learned a lot. Just tap your back because you have done a great job. So congratulations, and now it's time to deploy. Now it's time to work with our third phase, or you can say the third resource, Synapse Analytics. So we are entering into our phase 3 of our project. So I think now you know what you're gonna do next. Yes, we will be creating our resource, which is Synapse Analytics. So basically, Synapse Analytics is a data warehouse solution available in Azure, and it was really popular. And now also it is really popular. And obviously, Fabric is the next step after Synapse, but still, Azure Synapse is very much in use, and Azure Synapse will be there. So do not worry, do not believe in myths. Azure Synapse Analytics is there. So do not worry at all and just learn the skill. And without wasting any time, let's first create our resource. So first of all, just click on create resource. And now you need to search Synapse Analytics. And it will take us to the marketplace. Yep, just click on this Microsoft one. Do you know what actually is Synapse Analytics? Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Just hold on. Let me tell you. So let's configure this first, and then I will just give you a brief and I will explain you what exactly Synapse Analytics is when we will just enter into the workspace. So it will be a better experience for you as well, right? So first of all, we need to pick the resource group. Simple. Then again, in the Synapse Analytics as well, we have managed resource group as we have in Databricks. So same thing here. So I will just name it as RG, that is resource group, managed and AW project, and this is for Synapse. So we do not need to worry about it because Azure will be taking care of it and it will be saving all its resources. So just forget about it and just create a resource group for it. Now we need to name name our workspace. So I will say Synapse, and I will add AW project as my prefix. Okay, and then we need to create a storage account as well. Yes, whenever we create Synapse Analytics, we need to create a default storage account as well because Synapse uses it as well. So it's time to create a storage account. So if we already want to, like, if we already have a storage account and if we want to use it as our default storage, then we can assign it. But ideally, you should create a new one and do not touch that one because we have our data stored in different data lake. So this is just for Synapse. So these are some kind of things that should be there for Synapse Analytics. So we will click on create new, and let's say I want to name it as default Synapse storage. Simple. So it will, oh, it's already taken. So let's say default Synapse. Oh, it's there. Yes, we can pick it. Then we need to create file system name, and there's no available. Then we need to create one. Create new. I will say default file system. Perfect. Oh, it's there. Yes. Okay. So basically it is a default storage because whenever we create something, we need to upload data somewhere, right? So it's up to us if we want to use default storage or we want to use our own external account. So obviously in most of the scenarios, we use our own external data lake, external storage account. So just ignore it, just create it and ignore it. Then simply click on review plus create. Simple. Or you can just click on next security so that you can have some configuration regarding SQL Server. So as you can see, these are some of the credentials that you can set for your dedicated SQL pool. Do not worry, we'll tell you what is dedicated SQL pool. So let me just set my password. So I can keep any password, like obviously you can set your own password because it will be required whenever you want to connect with the SQL pool. So it is required. And I will say here admin. Okay. Admin Ansh. Okay, I can pick it. Then select the ground workspaces network access to data lakes or using workspace system identity. Just use it. Okay. Workspace encryption. It's fine. We do not need to encrypt anything. Then just double check everything. Everything is fine. Yes. Just click on networking. Just disable virtual network because we are not using VNets here. So VNet is like simply a virtual network where we just create our own network. You can also relate it with private endpoints, so do not worry about that. It's all for the restricted data that we use within the industry. And when we are working with sensitive data, so we use VNets. So then click on tags, next review plus create, and then simply click on create. So it will create a resource for you, which is Synapse Analytics. So once it is done, I will give you a brief overview of the Synapse Analytics, like why it is in demand and what exactly it offers us. So we'll tell you each and everything. So let's wait for a few more seconds and let's see what it gives us. And yes, this is our serving layer. This is our serving zone where we'll be creating data available for data analysts, data scientists, reporting analysts, BI developers. All of them will be using data from this layer. So it is just creating Synapse workspace. Just hold on for a few more seconds. I think it should be done. By the way, till the time it is being created, how is this video? So if you find it insightful, then definitely tell me in the comment section, or any suggestions, any feedbacks. I'm open to all of them. So just give me suggestions, feedback, so that I can just improve my content. And if you do not want to give any suggestions, if you just want to give me love, so just type anything which can make me happy and make me feel motivated to create more and more content in future. So I'll be just creating content for you guys so that you can practice and learn and just succeed in your data journey. That's my whole intent of this channel. That's it. I just want to share my knowledge with you all. I just want to guide you, and I just want to be a part of your success journey. Just even 1%, I'll be happy. So that's the whole intent. And yeah, I know, like, you love me a lot. So deployment still is in progress. Let's fast forward it. So finally it is deployed, and now it's time to explore Synapse Analytics. You wanna love this tool, trust me, because of this reason that I'm going to tell you right now. So without wasting any time, just click on this lovely button, go to your resource group. Just go there, and here you can see your Synapse Analytics workspace. Plus, just focus on this part. Here you can see default Synapse storage account. I just told you that this is a default storage account that Synapse uses, right? So you can put your data inside this as well, and you do not need to worry about any access issues because it will be automatically pulling the data from it, because this is a default storage. But we ideally do not use it. We use our external data sources, so do not worry at all. So you should be aware of this thing. So that's why I created this as well. Let's click on our Synapse Analytics workspace. So click on open, and it will just show the same window, like where we can see the portal, Synapse portal or Synapse workspace. Okay, so this is our Azure Synapse Analytics. I know, I know, I know. This is similar to Azure Data Factory. So now it's time to explore Synapse, and you will know why I was saying this, that this is such a lovely tool. And let me give you an overview of this tool. So first of all, we have here beautiful area where you can see similar stuff as we had in Azure Data Factory. So it's time to explain Synapse Analytics. So basically, Synapse Analytics is a unified platform. Why a unified platform? Because in Azure Synapse Analytics, we can combine ADF, which is Azure Data Factory, plus Databricks. Not exactly Databricks, but Spark cluster. So let me just write Spark or Pyspark. Let's say Spark, right? Plus data warehousing. So that's why it is called as unified platform. So within Synapse Analytics, we get the opportunity to work with Azure Data Factory. And here we have Data Factory as well embedded within this workspace. Let me show you. And we have Spark as well. Yes, we have SQL data warehouse as well. Yes, this is such a powerful tool. So as you can see here, the symbol, this one. So this is the area where you can actually build your data pipelines with exact user interface and with exact functionality. Let me click on it and let me show you. See, it is called integrate. Just name is different, but everything is same. Click on this plus button, then you will see pipeline. Just click on it, and then you will see your ADF, your Azure Data Factory is open. No, it is not Azure Data Factory as a resource. It is Synapse Analytics, but it has some features available which gives us the exact same functionality and user interface as we get in Azure Data Factory. So this is the power of Synapse Analytics. So if you want to create your pipelines, you can either create in Azure Data Factory or Synapse Analytics. Choice is yours. And now you will ask me, so do people still use Azure Data Factory? Yes, because if they want to work with Azure Databricks or just Databricks, they use like Azure Data Factory for orchestration, and everything is same. All the functions, all the things that we created like dynamic pipelines, functions, parameters, everything is same. Everything is same, exact same. Okay, so this was all about Azure Data Factory. What about Spark? From where we can just get the Spark? Let me show you. If you go to here, this is called script. This is called script. Let me click on it. So here you can just build your all the scripts. Scripts, I mean SQL scripts, or you can say Databricks notebooks. But here is a catch. We cannot call it as Databricks because Databricks is a different identity, or you can say different organization, different management layer for Spark. Synapse Analytics has a separate Spark cluster management layer, which is called Spark Pool. So if I click on this plus sign, I will see an option called SQL script, KQL script, which is custom query language. Just forget about that for now. Then we have notebook. If I click on notebook, let me click it for you. If I click on notebook, see here you can see the exact same UI that we had in Databricks, but I cannot say that this is Databricks. No, this is not Databricks. This is Spark Pool, which is managed by Synapse Analytics. Databricks is a different entity. Spark Pool is a different entity, but both are managing Spark clusters. Simple? Yes, you can apply all your Pyspark functions, Pyspark coding, because that is an open source library. You can use it anywhere. But I am talking about the, you can say, the management layer that we get in the form of Databricks or Spark Pool. So this was all about the Spark functionality that we get in Synapse Analytics. So here you can see languages. We can pick all the languages that we want. Plus we have like all the same features. We want to add headings, we can just use magic commands, everything. Then third thing, where is our data warehousing? Let me show you that as well. So this is the data tab. So when you click on it, this one, you can see workspace. And when you click on plus button, you will see the option to create a SQL database. See this one. So this is also known as, you can say, data warehousing solution, where you can just create your tables and you can just create facts and dimensions and build your data warehouse. Now, what is this Lake database? So as I just mentioned that it gives us the ability to use Spark. So in Spark, when we create the database, it is called Lake House, or you can say Lake database. So if we are creating our tables using Spark code, then we call it as Lake database in Synapse, and in Databricks we call it as Lake House. Simple. So in this project we will be creating SQL databases, so do not worry about that thing as well. So this was all about the top three layers of Synapse Analytics. ADF, that is for pipelines, Spark clusters for Pyspark coding. Third is data warehousing. So this was all about Azure Synapse Analytics. Plus, like these two tabs are similar to the tabs that we got in Azure Data Factory, monitor and manage tab. So it is simple. So how is it? Like what are your views on the Synapse Analytics workspace? Because I like it very much, because I can build my pipelines, I can use Spark code, I can just create data warehouse, and then I can create my data warehouse with Power BI. Such a massive tool, like you can say unified solution, everything in one place. This is the kind of tool that we should use nowadays, and obviously everyone is using, not everyone, but obviously Azure data engineers and companies who are relying on Azure, they use Synapse Analytics a lot. I also do like using Synapse Analytics a lot, so this is my personal favorite as well. So now it's time to create the data warehouse. Yes. So how are we gonna do it? Let me just click on this home button first. Let's forget let's forget everything and let's start from scratch. So you just need to repeat one more step. What is that? But it is much more easier now. So let me show you. Let's say this is our Synapse workspace, this one, and this is our data lake, right? Our external storage account. Same thing. How this Synapse Analytics workspace will be accessing this data lake? A quick revision for you. Yes, we need to allow the access. But here's a good news for you. Because Azure Synapse Analytics and Azure Data Lake both are Azure products. So we do not need to include a third-party application here or any service application. We do not need to register any kind of application. We can directly access this data lake using this Synapse Analytics by just allowing our workspace the permission, because by default our Synapse Analytics has a credential and we just need to assign the access, assign the role to that credential. This is the best thing of using Azure services. So without wasting any time, let's allow our Synapse workspace to access the data stored in the data lake. Again, this is regarding the ownership of the data. You as a data engineer need to take care of all these things like data access and all. So let's allow our Synapse workspace to access this data, again using the identity, using the credential that our Synapse workspace or any Azure resource get by default. And this can be an interview question. What is the name of that identity? It is called managed identity or system managed identity. Just keep this information in your head because this can save you in your interviews. System managed identity slash managed identity, right? So it's time to just use this. Okay, let me jump onto my Azure portal, and again I will first go to my resource group. Then I will click on my external data lake, which is this one. Okay, then again the same steps. We will be going to access control IAM. This is a revision for you guys. This is a revision for you. You need to do the following steps on your own. Do not look into the screen. Just do it on your own. And do not worry if you stuck anywhere. I'm here to help. So after clicking on this, we just need to click on add. Why I am saying this? Because it will be good for you. It will be a quick revision for you. And when you revise things, you can just save that information in your mind. So I was being a little concerned about you. So click on add and just click on add role assignment. And here the same thing. We need to assign a role, and role is known as storage blob data contributor. This one. Click on it and just click on next. Simple. Then here's the catch. As we are not using any kind of service principal or any kind of user group, we are using managed identity. Again, I'm explaining this thing, bro, because this is really important. Managed identity is a kind of identity. You can say it is a kind of ID card that every Azure resource get by default. So let's say we have created Azure Synapse Analytics. Let me draw it for you. So because you can capture visuals in your head. I do not want you to just be silent when any interviewer asks this question from you. So let's say we created an Azure Synapse Analytics workspace. So by default, it has this credential. See this small ID card, which is known as managed identity or system managed identity. It automatically gets it. It is like a free combo. You can just you can just follow this analogy. This is a kind of free combo. Like you create a resource, you get a free ID card as well. And now we just need to assign a role on this ID card. Simple. Now I know this information will be saved in your head. Just choose the managed identity and then click on select members. What member we need to pick? Now we need to pick the ID card of our Synapse workspace. So just search your Synapse workspace name. Here it is. Click on Synapse workspace. Then it will ask you to select the name and you can just select your Synapse workspace name, which is AW project Synapse. It is my Synapse workspace, so you will have a different name. Do not worry. Click on it and just click on select. So as you know, this is known as managed identity. This is known as managed identity. Click on select and simple. Click on review plus assign. So basically it will just show me that role is added, but it takes like 10 to 15 minutes. So if you still cannot access the data, do not worry, just chill, have some coffee or tea and just wait for 10 to 15 minutes. And my gym lovers can have some shake and all. So without wasting any time, let's jump back to the Synapse workspace. So click on it and now we are good to go. Now our Synapse workspace has the access. Now we can use the data stored in our data lake, because obviously we need to pick the data stored in the silver layer, silver container, right? Yes, that was all about giving access to our Synapse workspace. Let me cancel this one. Just cross it. Yeah, discard changes because we do not want to save it. Discard changes. Yes, because we need to just start from scratch. So simply go on your develop tab, this one, which is also known as scripts. I call it as scripts because we just create scripts there. Click on it. Simple. And now you will see a plus sign in the develop tab. Click on it. And then it will ask you what you need to create. We want to create a SQL script. Okay. Simple. This is our SQL query editor where we will be just writing SQL scripts, where we will be querying our data using SQL. SQL is like everyone is aware of SQL. I know. SQL is like the bread and butter of every data professional. Okay. So first of all, let me just tell okay, you tell me, what is the first thing we should have in SQL if you want to query, if you want to save our data? What is the first thing? Yes, it's database. We should have a database, because in the database we'll be creating tables, views, everything. We will be querying tables or views inside the database. So let's create the database first. Now you will see we already have a master database that is a kind of by default database, but we will be creating our own. Okay, how we can create a database? You can either use command create database name, but we'll be using UI because we are learning Synapse Analytics. So it's really good using Synapse instead of just writing the code. So just click on the drop down button and you will see nothing instead of master, because we can only see the master command. Okay, so now if you want to create a database, you simply need to go on the data tab, this one. Okay, let me go there. Then click on the plus tab. Simple. Then it will show you the option to create SQL database. Select the SQL database. Yes, now is the time to discuss this as well. Okay, finally. So in the Synapse Analytics, we get two options, serverless and dedicated. What is the difference between serverless SQL pool and dedicated SQL pool? So, so basically, let me explain you in like easy language. So dedicated SQL pool is the traditional, you can say traditional way of storing data, where data actually resides in the database. Like you would have worked with MySQL workbench, PostgreSQL, MS SQL Server, right? Where data actually resides in the database. Then what is the difference? So the difference is we uses like distributions here in the dedicated SQL pool. We use like compute node, control node. Do not worry about that things. So it is a kind of traditional database but on cloud, and obviously it is optimized for query reads, for big data, for data warehousing, right? We get so many things, like we can just set our distribution, hash, replicated, and round robin. We can set the partitions. So all these things. What is serverless then? So you must be heard like a word called lakehouse, right? Where we do not actually store the data in the databases. Our data, let me draw it for you. So what is serverless? Basically, for that you just need to understand the lakehouse concept first. So basically, let's say this is your data lake, in which you have small files, like not small, like you have data within this data lake, right? Now you want to create a database which is called serverless database. So what it will be doing, this data, let's say, is in the CSV format, right? Let me just write CSV for you. Don't mind my handwriting, because I used to be scolded in my school every single day because of my handwriting. So just ignore. So let's say we have CSV data in our data lake, right? And I want to create a database in which I want to query this data. This data. I want to query this data. I want to apply select asterisks from this on this file. But I do not want to traditionally save this data within this database. What do I mean? I mean, I want my data to stay in this data lake, but I want to apply select statement. So here comes the concept of lake house, where data will be residing in the data lake, but it will create an abstraction layer, a kind of metadata layer, in which it will store the metadata. Metadata means like columns, headers, all the information regarding the data. So whenever I will be querying this data, let's say this is me. Okay, I am much more smarter than this guy, but let's say this is me. When I'm querying this database, right? When I'm querying this database, so I will be writing select asterisk from my table, right? What it will be doing? It will apply this metadata, the columns, on this data stored in the data lake. So I will feel like I am querying a traditional database, but actually I am just querying this metadata, and this serverless SQL pool will do all the work behind the scenes, in which it will pull this data, it will apply this metadata layer, and it will give return, like it will just return the result to me. See, this is magic. Actually, this is not magic. This is called lakehouse concept, where we use our data lake, but at the same time, we want our data to perform as a data warehouse. So that's why when we combine data warehouse plus data lake, it becomes lakehouse. Understood? If not, just rewatch this part, because this is really important for you. So just to brief, our data resides in the data lake. Why we want our data to be residing in data lake? Bro, because we want to save cost. Storing data in the data lake is very cheap as compared to storing data in databases, and data is growing rapidly. It is growing exponentially. So we do not want to spend much money on storing data in the databases. Here is the revolution of data engineering. So that's why every company is trying to just implement lakehouse concept, but it is really difficult to implement. That's why I'm sharing all the insights with you, so that you can become an efficient developer and can help the other organizations to create efficient lakehouse solutions. And trust me, in the upcoming videos, I'll be sharing so much about Lakehouse. This is just an introduction. So that was all about the Lakehouse concept, the serverless pool thing. And it is serverless, so it will be automatically scaling up and down, and it supports Lakehouse concept. It does not store data physically in the database. I hope you understood this concept now, and let's finally pick the serverless. I wanted to explain this concept in detail because this channel is not for just showing dragging and dropping things. This channel is just to provide real education, real knowledge, so that you can become an outlier in the crowd. You can become an efficient developer. You can just succeed in the career because basics, everyone knows basics, right? Everyone knows basics. Everyone knows like what is Synapse Analytics and how to create table and all. But this knowledge like very much limited to few people. So I want you all to be knowledgeable enough to answer all the questions in this area. So that was all about the lakehouse. So now it's time to just pick the serverless and finally create the database. I hope you like this concept, and let's start. Oops, again I need to click on plus SQL database. So this is serverless and I want to name it as, so I will call it as AW database. Simple. Then click on create. Simple. Click on create. So now it will create a database for us. Yes. So now if you will go to use database, now you should see AW database. See, it is there. Okay, so we will select our AW database. So now whatever we will be doing, it will stay in this particular database. Simple. I know you love this concept. So now it's time to actually pick the data stored in this silver layer. And how we can do that? We have a powerful function called Openrowset. What is it called? Openrowset. It helps us to apply the abstraction layer on the data residing in the data lake. So let me show you how you can actually pull the data stored in the silver layer, and then you will just create views on top of it, and then just we will be using this data to populate in Power BI. So now it's time to actually create the Openrowset function in our SQL script, but you just need to do a small work. So as you remember that we assigned the role of storage blob data contributor to our Synapse workspace. So you just need to assign one more role, not to the Synapse workspace, but to yourself. Yes. So the thing is, whenever we query the data residing in data lake, we also should have the permission to access the data. So we just need to do the same steps, and now you have already done it twice, so it should be just a matter of few seconds for you as well. So without wasting time, let's assign us the role, and then we will just use Openrowset function. So simply go to your home tab and then just go to your storage account and just click on your access control IAM, and then you can see add. Yes, simply click on it and click add role assignments, and then you just need to search storage blob data contributor, not scanner, contributor. So here this time we do not need to pick managed identity because we do not have any kind of managed identity. We are users. So here we will pick users and click select members. So you just need to select your email ID, and then that's it. Review plus assign. So it will just add the role again. Just wait for at least 10 to 15 minutes because it sometimes takes time to assign the role to the user or to manage identity. So whenever you see error based on any kind of information that data cannot be listed, so it means you just need to wait and just refresh data and it will be done. So don't worry about that. So let's jump onto our Synapse workspace. So now we are good to actually use Openrowset function. So are you excited to use that function? So let's use it. So how this function works, you simply need to write select asterisk from Openrowset. This is the function. Just hit enter, and then you just need to put two parameters. One is the location from where we need to read the data, right? So it called bulk, and then you need to just use single quotes, and then we need to just pick the URL. Like, now how we can just pick the URL? It's very easy. Just go to your storage account, and from there you should just see the URL. Just go to your containers, and let's see, I want to read the very first file, which is calendar. Just open your file. So basically this is your file, like this long name, part 000. So this is the default name that Parquet decides, so do not need to worry, and rest of the files just are just for the confirmation. So the main file is this one. So simply click on these three dots, and then you will see properties. Click on it, and here is your URL. Just copy it. This is the thing that you want. Just paste it here. Here's the catch. So when we read the data with Synapse, we do not need to define the full URL. What do I mean by full URL? We do not need to mention the name, because we create dedicated folders. That is the main reason we create folders for individual files. So we just need to remove the file name and just put the location till calendar. That's it. And then just close the single quote. Simple. Put comma, and then we just need to define the format, and format, as we all know, is Parquet. Simple. Now here is the catch. As you can see, this location, it is using blob. It is using blob, but we have created a data lake, not the blob storage. But by default, storage account creates blob. So that's why you can see blob, but here we just need to remove it with DFS, in lowercase DFS. Just remember this. Do not make any mistake. That's why I'm repeating. Just remove blob with DFS. That's it. That stands for, I think, data file storage, or maybe data storage, something like that. So we just need to name it, and like you can just name it anything, query 1, query 2, or maybe anything. So when I'll be running this, actually I am running a data residing in Data Lake, but I will be getting tabular format data as I get whenever I query a SQL table. That is the magic of this powerful feature, Openrowset. That's really cool. Let me just hit run command for you. Okay, now I should see the data. Perfect. As I just told you that you can query the data residing in Data Lake, and it should return the result in tabular format. That is known as abstraction layer that this function has created. Wow. Wow. This is Lakehouse. This is, you can say, a logical data warehouse. There are so many names. The popular one is Lakehouse. So as you can see, we can export this result as well, because you would have seen that managers always demand, we need Excel files, we need Excel files. Just export result as CSV, JSON, XML as per the requirement. And one more thing, as we had charts available in Databricks, we have available charts available here as well. As you can see, like obviously this is not a meaningful chart. You can just edit from here whatever you need to decide, like line chart, bar chart, anything. So you can create charts as well in Synapse Analytics. I know now you are like falling in love with Synapse. Synapse is really cool. I love Synapse. So this is the thing that is really revolutionary, and that's why we prefer storing our data in Data Lake, because we can query our data. We can query our data. So why to just waste money in storing the data in the databases? Doesn't make any sense. So this is all about the calendar data that we have created. So how we will just report this data in Power BI? So what we'll be doing, let me show you. So this is one data set, right? We will create views. Obviously you would be aware of like views. It is same as we have views in SQL. So views are just the, you can say it stores the query, and whenever we just query the view, it queries the data itself. We will build views on the top of this query. Yes, on the top of this query we will create views, and that those views we will store in gold layer, and that gold layer will be used in Power BI. Yes. So let me first of all create my gold layer. So for that, I want to create a schema, right? Like I have a database and I want to keep all my views in gold layer. So for that, I will create schema. So I will first of all rename my SQL script. Let me call it as create schema, right? And let me just write the code for schema. Create schema name, let's say gold. And obviously I just need to use semicolon. Let me run it. Simple, simple. Yep. So now let's create another file, like another script. From here, click on three dots, new SQL script, and then we will say create views gold, because this is gold layer. So how we can create view? First of all, like syntax is the exact same as we have in SQL. So we will say create view. View name will be, first of all, we need to put schema name, which is gold, then calendar, right? Then create view name, then we need to write as, then oops, I just hit shift plus enter, like just ignore it, because I was just hitting enter and I mistakenly hit shift plus enter both. So then first we will write create view name, then as, then we need to put our subquery, which was select asterisk from open set. Let me just rewrite it for you. Select asterisk from Openrowset. Okay, and then again, like we just need to repeat some steps. Bulk, and for location I just need to copy paste it, and obviously remove the file name. Perfect. And then format equals to Packet. Perfect. And obviously we just need to name it. I can name it this time like query1. Simple. So when I will run this command, what it will do, it will create a view in my AW database name, and inside that database in gold schema. Yes, and then I can query this view using select statement, or if I want to create reports on top of it, I can just connect it with Power BI, which we will be seeing just in just few more minutes. So just remember one thing, whenever you query data to build something, always double sure that you are in the right database, because by default it is master and you need to pick your own database, which is AW database. Just remember this, then run it. Okay, perfect. Our first view is completed. Let me add a comment, because I'm just planning to upload this script as well so that you can refer it. Yes. So if you want to add comment, just add double dash and I will say create view calendar, and then I will say dash 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 dash. Simple. Simple. Yes. So our first view is completed. So similarly, we need to create all the other views as well, the data that is already in silver layer. So process is same. We just need to change the location. And how we can change the location? We just need to change this folder name, because rest of the location is same, like this one. This location is same till here. We just need to change this file name, and we will be creating view for other files, other tables as well. So just create all other views with me and let's complete it together. Let's do it. So I have finally created all the views, and I know you have also created all the views. So I didn't do much. I just copy pasted the code and I just changed this location, this one, like the last folder name. That's it. Because obviously view name as well. You just need to change the view name. So far we have created all the views, and you know what you have done so far? First of all, just save your work because I don't want you to just do the rework. So click on publish all. So it will just publish all your work and it will just save all your work. So I want to show you what you have done. So once it is published, let's click on these three dots and create a new script. So now if we want to query the data, we do not need to use any Openrowset. We do not need to use any location. Let me show you. First of all, pick the right database, which is this one. Just query like select asterisk from gold, which is our schema name, dot any table. Let's pick customers. Run it. Run it. Now you will see all the data. And this time you haven't used any kind of Openrowset, any location. Why? Because you have created views in the gold layer, and now you can access your data. Now your managers can access the data. Now your stakeholders can access the data. Now data analysts can access this data. So we have finally created views in our gold layer, and after completing the views, it's time to actually create the external tables, because obviously we create tables within the databases, and the difference between external tables and managed tables is like very simple. Let me quickly tell you what's that. So let's say this is your external table, this is your managed table. So in the scenario of external tables, we save the data, we keep the data for our tables. But in case of managed tables, we do not keep the data. We do not keep the data. So let's say we are getting managed table in Databricks or any other environment, so it will be storing the data. So that's not the scenario in this case. In Synapse, we just create external tables. So in our scenario, just forget about the managed tables. We will be creating external tables. Simple. So to create external tables in Synapse Analytics, we have to follow three steps. What are those steps? Let me tell you. So first of all, we need to create something called credential. Then we need to create external data source. Then we will create external file format. Just three steps. So basically, when we create credential, we tell Synapse Analytics to pick the data using managed identity. As we just mentioned that we are just allowing Synapse to use data stored in the data lake using managed identity. So this is a kind of credential, because there are like so many ways to pick the data, right? Like SAS token, access keys, and managed identity. So we just define that pick the data using managed identity. Simple. Now, what is this external data source? So basically, you just saw that whenever you want to pick the data, we need to mention the URL, full URL. So when we do not want to put the URL again and again, we create an external data source. So in that scenario, we usually keep the URL till container level. Let's say I will create an external source for my silver container. So I will just keep the URL till silver container, and the rest of the URL I can just put in the location. It will save me a lot of time and lots of efforts. Very good. Then what is this external file format? So basically we have so many file formats available, like JSON, CSV, Parquet, so many file formats. So we define that we have data stored in Parquet file format, CSV file format, JSON file format. So for that purpose, we create external file format. Again, you do not need to learn the code for it, because we have code stored in the documentation. And truly speaking, once you practice more and more, you will just remember the code in your head. And otherwise, do not worry, just copy the code from the documentation. I will show you both the ways, because I remember that code now and I can show you the documentation as well. So for that, let's quickly create a new script. Just go here on the plus sign and click on plus, and here we will write external table. So basically we will just create one external table, because we just want to show you how you can create external table, and then we will be creating some of the visualization based on this external table in Power BI. So it will be an end-to-end learning for you how to establish connection and then just build some visualization. And we will just briefly cover Power BI like till like you will see how to build connection using SQL endpoints. What is SQL endpoint? Just hold on. I'm coming to that point. Just hold on. So first of all, you will write create external table. Okay, simple. So as I just mentioned, we first need to create credential, but there is a prerequisite for it. As you can see, I am using AW database. So first we need to create master key for this database. Yes. So if you are familiar with SQL, if you have already worked with MS SQL Server, so you would know like we need to create master key. For that, you just need to write create master key and then password equals to, you just need to pick any password. Just make sure that you are adding one capital letter and one special character, and you can just see how to just get this code for master key. Just go on Google and type create master key and SQL. Just write SQL. You will get the Microsoft Learn page, and here you can see the code for like the whole syntax. Just copy it and just paste it here. You do not need to remember it because that's something that admins do, but you as a data engineer should know this as well. So just remove these square brackets, and in password, do not put this password. You need to create your own password. So once you have set your password, we are good to go. Just select this and click on run. Obviously, I have already run this because I have set my password and I cannot show you. So just create your password and just make sure you are adding special characters and just make your password a little bit complicated. Do not worry, do not need to remember this password because it will not be asked. Yeah, it is just the database master key. So let's remove it, and once it is done, we are good to go with our external data source, credential, file format, everything. We'll be building everything from scratch. Do not worry at all. So as per the steps, we first need to create credential. Okay, so first we will write create external, not external, it's called database scoped credential. Database scoped credential. So what is it? So basically we create a credential. So let's say we are using Synapse Analytics to pull the data or to read the data or to write the data to data lake. It needs some kind of credential. Yes, and there are so many credentials available, and one of the credentials is managed identity, and we have used managed identity. So we just need to tell it that we have used managed identity. Simple. And let me quickly create one. Let me say cred Ansh. Simple. And then we just need to write with identity equals to managed identity. Simple. Now you will ask me from where I can get this code. Don't worry, just need to go on Google and just type credential in Synapse. Yeah, just click on this link and then you will see a documentation. I think this is not the one. Let me write database code credential. Yeah, just click on this first link. And yes, here you go. So here you can see the syntax. You can just copy it from here as well and just paste it here. It's up to you. And obviously once you use these kinds of codes again and again, you will just remember the code. So do not need to worry about that. So simply we need to run it. Okay, this is done. So we have successfully created database scope credential. Now the second step is creating external data source. For that, first of all, we will create silver data source. And I just mentioned that external data source is for the URLs that we are using. We are pointing our Synapse external data source to a container. So we create a new data source for a new container. So we have to create two external data sources. One is for silver because we will read the data from silver, and one from gold because we need to push the data to gold. Simple? Yes. And the code is really simple. Let me show you. Just write create external data source, and I will call it as source silver. Simple, right? And then I can just say with location. Now I just need to pick the location till container level, and I will simply go to my view script because I already have the URL. See here. So I just need to copy it till silver container level. Just that's it. So provide it here. So now we are pointing our data source, which is known as source silver, to this particular container. So we do not need to write this URL now again and again. So this is a kind of file system that you can relate it with Databricks, or you can say this is a kind of variable that will save us a lot of time. It's really cool. I love using data source. And okay, we have assigned the URL. So now this data source will be going to this silver container, but it needs some credential. That's why we created this credential. And now we will say, hey, source silver, carry this credential, which is known as cred_unch, with you whenever you will be going to take the data from the data lake. So we will hand over this credential to our external data source. This is a kind of real life analogy. I love explaining concepts using examples, using real life examples, or relating it with the real life examples. Like you can remember it for the longer period of time. So we will simply say credential equals credunch. Credunch. Simple. So it is done. We simply need to run it. Okay, it is successful. I will just simply copy this code because I need to create one for gold as well. So I will say source and then gold. And I will just change the container name. Obviously, credential will be same because managed identity is supporting the whole Synapse workspace, right? Yes. So simply run this as well. Perfect. 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 Now it's time to create external file format. So basically, why we create external file format? As we just mentioned that we have so many file formats. So we just define, hey bro, that data that is stored in the folder is in Parquet file format. Simple. So we will say create external file format, and I will call it as format Parquet. Simple. Then again same thing with, and then we need to type format type equals to Parquet, and then we also need to add a data compression, because when we add data compression it supports, you can say, better reads performance. So how we can just get that code? Simply go on Google, same thing, just write file format, or let me just add external as well, external file format. Just click on it, click on the very first link, then you will see this documentation, and here just drag it down, drag it down, drag it down, and then you will see something called I think we just need to go up. Just search for things such as known as compression. Yeah, here we have data compression. So it has given us the code for all the data compressions. So for Parquet we have two options, but I personally like using this because it is recommended by Microsoft as well, Snappy Codec. So we just need to put here data compression equals to this. Once it is done, we are good to run this code as well. Oh, I didn't close the code. Sorry. Just run it. Okay, perfect. Now, finally, after doing all the three steps, we are good to create external table. But before that, I would like to just show you what will be happening behind the scenes, because this can be asked in your interview questions. Plus, this is a kind of deep knowledge that not everyone will be having this. So it can just present you as an outlier in the crowd, And that's what we want, right? World is really competitive, and you need to be competitive enough to just beat them all. So the thing is, let's say we have this container. This is our silver container, right? And this is our gold container. Perfect. And we have data stored in this silver container, and we have already created a view on top of it. Yes, we know. So what will be happening in external table? So first of all, we will be using CTAS. Don't worry, I will tell you what is that. It is really an important concept in the world of data and in Synapse, obviously. So the thing is, what we will be doing, we will use this view. We will use this view, yes. So we will create an external table which will push this data to this gold layer. How? I will show you the code. It will push this data to this gold layer using that code. Then it will create an external table on top of that data. This is the architecture. And how we will achieve this? Using something called CTAS. What is a CTAS? So the full form of this is create external table as select. I think you must be aware of this part, as, because this is available in SQL as well, like the regular SQL or traditional SQL databases that we use, like we use subqueries. So what we will be doing, we will build the table using as statement, and we already have view built, so we do not need to mention the subquery. We can simply write select asterisk from view. I know now you can just relate it with the SQL concepts. That's why we call, like, SQL is the backbone. SQL is the backbone for any data professional. And do not worry, I will show you everything from scratch. So if you cannot relate it now, you will do it in just few minutes. Let me show you. So first of all, I will just create a nice clean comment for you so that you can refer this script, because I am planning to just upload the script so that you can refer it. It's just for your help. So just write create external table known as, let's say, external sales, right? External sales, simple. So okay, simple. So the code is, we will simply write create external table, and table name will be ext sales, and I will save it in gold schema. Simple. Then we need to write with, okay, then we need to give three things. First thing is location, because okay, as we just mentioned in the architecture, it needs some data stored in the location, so it needs the location URL. But we have created external data source, so we do not need to put the whole URL. We will just put the folder name, and folder name will be external sales. Simple. Then obviously we haven't put the location URL, like the complete URL in the location. Then we need to add the external data source, right? Now I know you can just relate all the things, like all the steps, why we created like 3 steps before completing the external table, because those are required as parameter in the external table. So external data source name was source gold, right? Yes, source gold. Then we need to put file format, and file format was format file, format packet, right? So this is my external data table. Is the work done? No, because it will create the external table. But how it will create it? What is the query? What is the as statement? What is the as statement? Let me tell you. As statement is select asterisk from gold dot sales. What is it? It is a view that we created. Remember here, create views gold, and you will see sales here. Here, see. So what exactly we are doing? We are using this query, this one. See, and instead of using this query, we already have view, so we can directly use view. That is the power of view, and that's why I always say try to create views, because you never know where you will be using those views. So it is really important to use the views. Being a developer, you should know like why we are using this. So just run this command and it will create an external table for you. You do not need to put any column definitions, their data types. It will be automatically picked by this command because you have stated everything in your select asterisk from Openrowset function. Just click on run and it should run. Like it will take like just few seconds and it will be done. Yes, bro. Successfully, you have completed your external table. So I would love to query this. Select asterisk from gold dot ext sales. So let me query this and I should see the data. Yes, we have all the data. Now you would ask me, hey bro, I was seeing the same output using views and I'm seeing the same output using table as well. What's the difference and why we created external table? Do you want to know why? Because in views, we didn't store the data. It was just a query. And we know when we create views, we actually store the query, not the result, not the data. But in case of external table, we have the data. You want to know where? In our data lake, in our gold layer, in our folder. So we can refer it for the future. We have the power to retain the data. That is the difference between external table and view. See, and now I will just take you to my storage account and I will show you that we have the data in Parquet format. So this is my storage account and you simply need to go on your gold tab, this one. Simply click on it and see the magic. You have the data. Yes, it has migrated the data to the gold layer using CETAS. CETAS is a really powerful command. So when I open it, you will see the data stored in the Parquet format. This is our data file. You did it. You finally did it. And now it's time to cover one more important step, which is establishing a connection between Synapse and Power BI. Now, most of you will be thinking, why we need to cover Power BI? Bro, we are not covering Power BI. Basically, we are covering only one aspect of it. Because when you will be delivering this data, you should be the owner of data to distribute it. You are responsible to establish connection between Synapse Workspace and Power BI. Obviously, data analysts can also build it, but you should assess them if they need any help because you are the owner of this data. You need to efficiently distribute it. Being a data engineer is not just about building pipelines. It's about serving the stakeholders, serving your downstream, serving your managers, serving your all the entities which are using that data. So we will be covering Power BI just from that perspective, that we want to establish a connection. That's it. That's it. We will not be building, you can say, relationships, visualization. Obviously, I will just show you by creating 1 to 2 visualization. That's it. But nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. So now it's time to cover Power BI. So you simply need to go on Google and just type Power BI download. Simple. Click on the first link, click on the download button, and then just click on all the boxes and click on this download button. And once you download it, you will be landing on Power BI desktop application. So without wasting any time, let's build that connectivity. And do you want to know which technology we will be using? I will show you once we land in the Power BI desktop. So I will show you SQL endpoints. Do not worry, we will cover that, what is SQL endpoint and from where we can get it. Do not worry at all. I will tell you each and everything in just few seconds. Let's see. Welcome to Power BI. So this is your Power BI desktop. This is the home page. This is the, you can say, blank report of Power BI desktop. So it's time to just complete the final phase of the project to establish the connectivity so that we can deliver our data, and we as a data engineer, we are free. So the thing is, let's say this is our Synapse workspace, right? And this is our Power BI. So if we want to establish connection between Synapse and Power BI, we need something called SQL endpoint. Yes, we need SQL endpoints. So what is that? So basically the SQL database that we have within this within the Synapse workspace, we have something called SQL endpoints. I will show you from where you can get it. So we need to copy that and we need to establish the connection with Power BI using that endpoint. And once we put that endpoint, we can see our database, we can see our external table, views, everything. And then we can just pull that data in the Power BI desktop and then we can just build the reports. Simple. So let me show you how you can just get that. So go on Google and just open your Azure portal and click on your Synapse workspace. And once you click on that, you will see this area, right? And here, if you focus, you will see something called as serverless SQL endpoint. There is something called as dedicated SQL endpoint as well, but we should not use that because we are not using dedicated SQL endpoint because we didn't go for dedicated SQL. So now it's time to copy this serverless SQL endpoint because we use serverless SQL, right? So I will just go here and just click on copy to clipboard. Once it is copied, just go back to your Power BI desktop. So now it's time to actually pull the data. How we can do that? If you can see in your taskbar, just click on get data and then just click on the at the bottom, which is more button, because we need to find the connector which is more inclined towards Azure. So as you can see, we have connectors for Azure. Click on it. Then just pick Azure Synapse Analytics because we want to establish connection with our Synapse Analytics workspace. Click on connect. And then you just need to put the SQL endpoint here in the server button. Then database is optional. Then click on OK. And then just wait for a few seconds and here you go. You are seeing your database. Okay, let me just tell you. So sometime it asks for the credentials as well. So if you are just logging in Power BI for the first time, so the thing is, it will, when you will click on OK, it will ask you to provide the credentials. On the left hand side, it will like look like this. Let me just draw it for you. See, like this. And on this side, you will have some options: Windows, database, and something like that. So just pick the database credentials and now you will ask me what should I put in username and password. So just go back in time. When you created your Synapse Analytics workspace, you entered admin and password, right? When I was putting admin Ansh and then I just put my password. So you just need to put your admin and password. That's it. Once you click on that, you will be landing on this page where you can see your database, that is AW database, right? So here you can see we have views, we have external tables. So let me just click on this table that we created known as gold.external sales and let me click on load because I want to load this table only, this external table only. So now it will be just loading, creating connection, and everything will be running in parallel behind the scenes. We do not need to do anything. Congratulations. I'm not kidding, bro. This was not easy. So now you can see that our gold external sales table is here in front of our screen. We have all the columns here. And this data is not residing on our machine. No, it has directly pulled the data from Synapse, from Azure, from Data Lake. So as we just mentioned that we will not be covering the visualizations in deep because obviously you can build your own dashboard based on the requirements, based on the KPIs, based on the business areas, based on the manager requirements. Everything matters here when we build visualizations. So we will not be covering in deep, but just for your sake, just for your, you can say, experience, I would love to just draw 1 to 2 visualizations. So let me tell you that I want to aggregate data. Okay, if I want to just see the trend, I can just pick this line chart. I just clicked on this area and I clicked on this button like the line chart. So just increase the size, right? And then if we want to add the data on x-axis and y-axis, you can see information here: x-axis, y-axis, secondary y-axis, legends. So I will put order date in my x-axis. Okay, I have put order in my x-axis, then I will put order number in my y-axis. Simple. So this is a kind of trend that I can see right now, and this trend I am getting directly on the top of the data residing in data lake. So this is my visualization one, in which I just want to see the trend. Okay, now let's try to create another one. So this is a kind of visualization tool that you can access. So people do prefer using Tableau as well. People prefer using what was that? I think it's known as, I think, Google Data Studio. I'm not sure because I have just used Power BI and Tableau, and these are the top most tools available in market right now. So let's say if I want to just show the data, or this time I just want to create, let's say, total number of orders. So I can just pick a visualization called card, this one, just click on it, and then it will just give you a card. So let's say I want to build KPIs like total number of orders that I have. So I will simply click on it, and there here you can see the fields. I will simply put customer key. Let's calculate total number of customers. See, we have 56,000 customer IDs. Wow. And we can just obviously modify it. If you want to modify it, you can simply see a brush here, this one. This is the brush that you can use. See, this one. Simply click on it, and then you will see the a kind of options that you can leverage while creating filters and anything. And then you have format options here, size, style, title. So let's say I just want to give a title, I can just turn it on and I can just add any title. Let's say total customers. So you can bold it, you can put it in center, you can just increase the size as well, you can change the font as well, like you can do so many stuff. So this is our visualization that you can see, and let me just create one more visualization. That's it, and then we are good to complete this course. So then let me just create an area chart. I think this is the area chart. Yeah, this one. I want to create this, and this time I want to show data by stock date in the x-axis and my customers on the y-axis. So this is it. This is it. So this is a kind of dashboard that we have created. Do not judge us because we have just created in just few seconds. So we just drag drop and we just built this a kind of dashboard. And obviously if you want to play with Power BI, just play with it, and you can just have so many functions. Like you can just change the color, you can just change the area color, then you can just add legends, everything. There are like so many options. You can do wonders with Power BI. So it's up to you. So now it's time to quickly review the progress that we have made so far. Okay. So congratulations to everyone who has completed this project. So let me just give you a brief what we have done. First of all, this was our phase one where we just loaded the data in the bronze layer. Then this was our phase two where we just picked the data from the bronze layer and we applied crazy transformations. We applied analysis and we pushed the data to the silver layer. Then we pulled the data from silver and pushed the data to gold and established the connection with Power BI as well. So that's all for this project, and just tell me in the comments how was this project, and if you genuinely love this, just tell me that as well, because I'll be creating more and more Azure data engineering projects and end-to-end projects for you, and you can just expect crazy stuff in the future. And let me just give you a hint, most of crazy Azure projects are already lined up. Yes, I have already uploaded it on YouTube. They are scheduled, they are just coming to your way in the near future. Lots of tutorials are on the way. Just hit the subscribe button to motivate me, and I will be helping you to achieve your goals, achieve your dreams, and obviously for free, because I want to provide you the best quality of education, best quality of, you can say, data engineering skills that you can acquire for free. Do not need to pay anything. See you soon. Bye bye.